A poďme na to, ideme to prúdiť. Ako prvé si dáme studeného držgrša, prezývaného aj studený držgy. Je to tvrdé. Už som skôr toho zvuku vstupu. Zo zvyku. A poďme na to, ideme to. Už som skôr toho zvuku.
Aye.
Dáme sa studeného držgrša.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Je zaujímavé, že koľko stojí klasický power. Nikto nepredáva čistý. A lacné sú za 125. Máš finálnu verziu. To sa dá aj kúpiť, ale... A sa to kúpiť, môžem to dať. Môžem zobrať za 125, ale na čo? Keď plánujem kúpiť... Ešte má asi nešikovný, ale ja to stavím drží. Šmarkový.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
A ideme doraziť tie kontakty. A dneska teda dáme tú hodinu na ženách, títo potrebuje dať hodinu, mám viac ako 40 000, okolo 45 000 pretolízačov, čo nie je dobré.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Zombie sú 30 levelové. Takže nakoniec sa mi podarilo aj túto ligu kliknúť 21 levelové zombie na 10. pokus. 9 zombie som vyleveloval, to neviete. Nakoniec som 9 zombie vyleveloval.
So you can actually break rucksacks down. Pretty much dissolved all the cores that I had. Everything gone.
Yeah, but that's the difference, right? Well, he got super unlucky. I got all the things I needed. Well, some people get unlucky, some people get it. But I do understand the frustration on RNG system. I don't think it's good. It should be some kind of pity system. Like eventually, if you open enough of these, you will get the guaranteed one, something like that. That feels rewarding. But I don't think that's where the issue lies with this game, of course, personally. But of course, people are frustrated. People that are watching are frustrated because you're not getting that high advantage that you're looking for, and everybody else is getting it. But eventually, you will get there. And even though it's hard to farm, and I wish there was easier ways to get them, you can open a 90 resin chest every like 2-3 days if you're just doing your dungeons and your tongue gears, right? And tagging some elite bosses. So every 2-3 days you can open a new one. I mean, it's still very rare, but eventually you're bound to get it, right?
Nothing. I had zero progress. They just vanished. All my progress. I was maybe lucky in the first place to get the course, but then you still have to gamble on the 90 raising chest. It's just RNG, and the problem is you have no pity system, nothing. Like all the progress.
I agree on the pity system.
For 6 weeks, it's just so hard to make any progress there. And if you are lucky, boom, you get it on the first try. Yeah, congrats. But like a lot of other people will see that and will obviously be absolutely demotivated because they simply cannot drop the course that they want, and they are super bolt defying. And that is of course very frustrating. Now, of course,
I can see that.
Wait, you can of course buy the skill course. What I, for example, did with the Eye of Ventus at the beginning, I bought that right at the beginning for 14k loosened, so it was relatively cheap because no one knew about the crazy combination at that time. But of course, that is not reasonable for most people. And there we come to the third problem in the progression system, and this is making loosened. Now, pretty much the only way to make consistent loosened.
I mean, making loosened, I do agree, is difficult. Many things struggle to sell and need to drop the right gear. But yeah, it's been bad, honestly. With the new systems, with the loosen changes stuff, selling and making loosen is more difficult, especially when the prices are so low because you have to buy the seal keys. That's like a major issue with it. I mean, I make like a few thousand loosen, maybe a couple, maybe 1,000 a week when I'm grinding anything. But the best way to make loosen in this game is just to get a really lucky drop. Which is very rare. To make like consistent loosen is very hard. Like you farm the whale to try and make loosen. I made a video on that. There's many other smaller ways to make loosen furniture and stuff. Selling marines and stuff. But if you want that big buck and you want the big money, you need to get lucky and drop a good item. But the nice thing is, before you could only do that in field bosses, but now you can actually drop the rare items by running Remnant of the Nyx and opening those boxes, right? So before you had to perform really high, but now it's more RNG based and possible for like lower end players just by grinding mobs in Remnant Nyx or opening the purple boxes. So it's like both good and bad at the end of the day with the new changes. But at least there are ways for new players to at least make some loosen
right now is you farm with your Abyss tokens in Crimson B3. They drop like all the gems and marins and whatever, and then you sell them.
Crimson B3 is all right. I still think like things like the whale, dropping gear and farming like remnant nicks, stuff like that, using your flames is the best way to make Lucent personally. But I guess it's more consistent if you just use B3. But I would probably use that for Solent. The Solent is a huge problem. Hopefully, he talks about that.
This is probably by
Solent is like the biggest problem in the game. Like rank 1 problem is Solent for sure.
most
For sure.
consistent way to make Lucent. The problem with that is if you farm in Crimson B3, then what? You cannot progress your skill course.
Well, you can. I made a video on that actually. If you farm and burn all your tokens in B3, which you should be doing, and then you run your Tongue Gear, what you can do is you can use a contract token right before you do the boss in your bag. You use 400 tokens, you kill the boss. Then you go to the last boss, you use 400 tokens, you kill the boss, and then you have a higher chance to get skill course. Of course, you can drop skill course at boss, which I have done. So it's still a really bad system, but you can min-max both by just popping contracts, base contracts right before you do the boss, and then you burn your tokens in B3. So you can try to get the best of both worlds. But I do agree, it's rough. It's rough.
Because you cannot drop skill course in B3. So, okay, you could sacrifice completely progressing your skill course and go and farm in Crimson B3 to make some Lucent. Okay, other ways to make Lucent right now is you're very lucky when it comes to purifying items.
Yeah.
Either it's like a purifying named item, like, for example, the Punisher hat or something like this, or you get a very good potential ability. So, for example,
And you can drop a seal item, which I have done, but you can make some Lucent with that. But potential ability and stuff, I'm going to be real, I haven't seen a single good potential ability. And I've been playing a lot. So it is very RNG based, and you have to get really lucky.
got very lucky at the beginning of the update and dropped 2 really good potential abilities with which I could sell for 4 and 5k Lucent. But I know most people won't have so much luck. Most people didn't drop a single good potential ability. And then it's just very, very hard to make any kind of Lucent. Even dropping weapons from war bosses is completely unreasonable because they're reduced to drop chance from weapons from war bosses.
The war boss, field boss drop on weapons is horrible right now. I 100% agree that. I don't know why they did that. You cannot. I haven't seen any weapons getting dropped. It's absolutely insane. So they have definitely messed up the drops for field bosses for sure.
But I don't know how much percent. It's just
It's bad.
Damn, right now. So even for making Lucent, it's just all RNG based. So the whole
But that's been the same though since day one. It's always been RNG based to make Lucent in the game. It's been always difficult, so it hasn't really changed much in my opinion.
progression system, your watermark system, your skill course, making Lucent, everything is just very, very RNG based. And then the last problem with the progression system is, of course, the Solon cost. I don't know why we haven't had any reduction on it.
There we go. This is by far the biggest problem in the game is the Solent. It is absolutely disgusting, insane how bad it is. And I've made several videos hoping to get some fixes. They are making small adjustments. They did with half crafting of trait unlock zones reduces half the cost because you only need half of them. They are reducing some things, but it's still just terrible. It's terrible. You earn almost no Solent. For some reason, I play the game every day. I don't spend Solent, but somehow I'm losing Solent every day. It's insane. I have 200 million and I played all day and suddenly I have 195 million. I'm going down without knowing. It's insane. You need Solent for everything. So please, that's the biggest problem right now. I think fixing Solent will fix a lot of issues right now with the core of the game. Like making builds, trading builds, possibly making money. Like to seal an item right now, you need Solent, like 4 or 5 million or 8 million if it's a weapon. It's insane. So even making Lucent, even like it's just giving us more Solent and more resources and reducing Solent costs, I think will save a lot. It will save a lot. For sure.
From the Solon cost, it's just so ridiculous. It forces people to farm in Crimson B3 and
which also is insane because why is the best place to farm B3 in Talandre? We have a new expansion, we have a new update, we have Nyx update. We should be farming in Nyx. There should be better areas. There's a new level 60 area. Why is the level 55 area better to farm than 60? It makes 0 sense. There was no thought behind this. Like that, that's insane. Hey guys, go back to the old area to farm. There's better drops there. Like, who does that?
Sacrifice the progression on their skill course because Otherwise, they cannot afford like trading their gear or whatsoever. It's just very, very hard to progress if you have no solar. The whole progression system is just so scuffed right now. Everything is RNG based, and yeah, the crazy solar cost on top of that just makes it very, very.
But interesting that is talking about this RNG because this has been the problem since day one. I made so many doom and gloom videos on Throne Liberty on this exact topic. This is not like new. Of course, with the new systems, it's becoming worse. But the RNG thing has always been a problem in Throne Liberty.
Yeah,
It's always been
missionary.
unrewarding. If you run dungeons, if you run T2s, that was a big problem back in T2s, where you start dropping T1 items and people were complaining. Boss items, people were complaining. Nebula items, people were complaining. So RNG has always been a problem.
Yeah, just
right?
miss
Now
it.
it's just worse because there's more RNG systems, but that RNG system has always been like a core issue with the game. I think people are just seeing it more clearly now, but
Joy.
if you
so
go watch my
complicated.
video for like 1.5 years ago when I complained about the game, I promise you I'm talking about this same
I
problem.
have to say, today, for example, I just checked my character progression 2 weeks ago, and it literally did 0 progress. So I made 2.
He has a point. Personally, I mean, I've made some progress on my PvE build, right? But PvP build, I can't do anything until I drop certain gear. But, I have enough resources to trade probably half of it. I do have the resources for it by just playing the game. So once I get my hand on the item I need, which I need Lucid for, I will be able to trade it. My friends and people in my guild have fully traded. They don't pay. They just play
Oh,
the
tak
game.
toto.
So it is definitely possible to trade those items. It is expensive. I will probably the thing that will stop it at it's not unlock zones. It will actually be solid. Most likely solid will be my biggest problem with trading my gear. But aside from that, I should be able to like get through and level a lot of it. But right now, I do agree with him. If you look at my gear, PvP gear, my PvP gear, I'm running level 31 items still. Because I don't want to spend resources on upgrading them and then replacing them, you know? So it's... So I see the both sides here. I see the both sides.
Additional trades on my heroic gear, and that's it. Like
That is a problem, though. Heroic, bro, I can trade my normal gear, but I want to make a heroic SNS. I want to make a Mahavaj bow, which I do PvE. You guys have seen it. You know, I get rank 1s and 2s on field bosses, but I have no trades in it. I have no trades in it. I cannot afford to trade heroics because of the solid costs and stuff. It's insane. But epic gear is possible, doable, but just one set. But aside from that, you kind of locked to one set, one
no
gear set.
progress in the last 2 weeks. And that, of course, is very frustrating. And I think they just need to have changes here, big changes. They need to introduce some pity systems, some ways to actually feel your progression again, right?
100%. I agree. I keep pushing them to make more changes, but we also don't have. We have to remember that they have been making changes. I do think they could have do it faster. I complain about this, like why are you waiting 2-3 weeks to do this when you know it's a problem? Why wait another 2 weeks? But they have made changes, right? They changed the way Resin Core works. They changed a bit. Yeah, they made discounts on trade unlock loans. They added more ways to get seal keys. So they are making changes. The problem is they just make them extremely slowly. Extremely slowly. That's the big problem. I know it's because they want to milk the whales and then make the changes or what the reasoning is. But they already know there's issues. They want to fix them, but why not do it faster?
It reduced stolen costs, increased the drop chances for skill cores and everything, right? Because it's just so hard to keep up for most people. And that is, of course, yeah, just very, very frustrating. Okay, progression kind of scuffed right now. Second part that I want to talk about is the content of the game. And I, of course, talk here from a PvE perspective. I'm not doing PvP right now, so I'm not...
I'll agree. If you are only a PvEer, content-wise, it's not looking very good. I was hoping for a new raid. I'm guessing it's coming in October, most likely. More difficult dungeons, more PvE content with those new events. Maybe a rework of Tower of Greed, something like that. But PvE-wise, the content right now is try to get rank 1 on field bosses. That's the PvE content. Yeah, you can run some of the trials. Yeah, you can do T10 trials, whatever. But it's just like, it's not really challenging. The trials are very easy. I was hoping for more mechanics and stuff. But overall, PvE-wise, Calamity has been a year. It's not good. But if you're a PvP, you like both, like me, we have BGs, we have Remnant Nicks, you know, we have a lot of different things we can do as a PvP and PvE enjoyer. But if you're just a PvEer, I can see you not having fun. I can see that.
Sure what the current state of PvP really is. Maybe write in the comments what you think about the current PvP state. But yeah, the current state for PvE is currently very...
The problem with PvP though currently, it does have BGs and stuff. It does have nicks, but the biggest problem is field bosses and PP bosses. And the biggest solution, and I will promise you will fix it. I promise you, is remove alliances. You remove alliances, PP is just gonna boom. It's gonna start popping. I promise you. I promise you, it will start popping. Because then even guilds that are more casual, PvP casual, they will have a chance to get contribution too. Because right now it's just too difficult. The two biggest strong alliances are going together. It's hard to fight 120 players or whatever, but it's much easier to fight 60 players. You know, it's much easier to fight 60 players. So I think removing alliances will fix a lot of those issues. But you know, BGs are fun. The PP, I hope they do more rework on the Nyx area. I wish there was more PvP action. Because right now people are just going there, you know, putting their items in safe bag, avoiding PvP. So I wish there was like some type of place inside of the Nyx where you kind of have to fight each other to get more PvP action. And then the thing with the healer stacking makes no sense. You can get 2 healers around the Nyx. You can queue with a team in battlegrounds. Like that shit, that makes no sense to me. Like why can you do that? Why can you have pocket with you everywhere you go? That doesn't make sense to me. And nerfing Oracle shields, of course, But if you enjoy both things, there's stuff to do in the game for sure.
Very, very bad. They're doing the exact same mistake they did back in the day with Crucifix. A new build was coming out, this time it's the Seeker or the Eye of Ventius plus Lofty combination, and instead of...
Also, the way to fix Eye of Ventius, to keep it good but not broken, very easy. You don't touch Eye of Ventius. You only touch Lofty Bow. You touch Lofty Bow, oh, that sounds weird. You just change Lofty Bow the way it works, and it's going to be way more balanced. It's still going to be really strong, one of the strong classes, but it's not going to be abusable like this, right? And Eye of Ventius, you don't have to change it because people will be mad. It's been expensive, but Lofty Bow is fair to change. Personally, that's what I think. That's how I think you should balance it. Just change the way the bow works.
Fixing it or nerfing it relatively soon, they just leave it completely untouched, and now it's just...
That's been a problem, though. I keep telling everybody, if there's a broken class, go play it. Use it. Don't wait. Just use it. I promise you, they will take so long to fix it, and then when they fix it, it's still broken. They fix it again, it's still broken, and on the maybe the 4th, 5th fix, it'll be balanced again. But I tell you guys, every time.
It's completely taking over everything. A lot of the war bosses die in under 20 seconds.
My whole team is 5 people with Eye of Ventius. That's my team right now. Even back in Crucifix days, at least there was like maybe 3 or 4 Crucifix maybe in the team. Now we just have a team of these players. It's insane. And we get like rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what we do. I'm field boss. It's insane.
We did yesterday a Nightmare 3 raid with almost only Seekers, like 11 Seekers, 2 of them were healers, so 9 DPS Seekers, and you see that now here on the screen, how much damage this class is doing.
Gdzie są te straci, są dostał?
All the mechanics, and of course,
so
it's
funny.
incredible bad for the game. PvE is
Maybe I need to go get flawless.
This class is just so incredible broken. It's not just Seeker, it's like pretty much every Eye of Ventius plus Lofty combination that is so incredible strong. They obviously should nerf Lofty and not Eye of Ventius, because of course you shouldn't be capable of just spamming Eye of Ventius down.
Great minds think alike. That's all I'm saying, you know?
But yeah, it makes just all the PvE content kind of pointless. Things die too fast. It's just very boring. And of course, a lot of people that don't are lucky with their 90 Resin chest or dropping the Eye of Ventius on a war post, they will feel...
See, he's cheating. I have armor for you, he says. See, that's what I'm saying. Just go with your guild or team and say, hey, guys, I am opening 20 chests right now from doing events. I got armor. I need weapon. Let's go trade.
Behind, and they go to war bosses and cannot compete anymore. And that's, of course, pure frustration. Or they will...
That's why people are more mad, too, about the skill core things. Because everybody knows they need Eye of Ventius because it's so broken that they're not getting it, and they're not getting top-ranking bosses, they're not dropping items. So I understand where the frustration is coming from. With the Crucifix back in the day, you didn't need any crazy thing. When Crucifix was broken, everybody could build Crucifix. You can still do crazy damage with Crucifix. You cannot do crazy damage with Seeker unless you have the Eye of Ventius. So I understand the frustration. I understand why people are mad, because they need that one item. While with Crucifix, you could build it if you wanted to.
kept because no one will invite him to any trial runs
Yeah.
or whatever, right?
It's true.
It's just so bad for the game.
But I think that's a balancing problem. I don't think that's a skill core RNG problem. I think that's a balancing problem, personally. I think the skill core, of course, there could be some pity systems to it, but if you have pity systems to it, everybody is going to be playing Eye of Entius. That's it. Everybody in the whole game will have Eye of Entius. That's all they will be playing. We'll have no variety. Now, at least, because people don't have Eye of Entius, you can still find other type of classes and players. But if it's accessible to everybody, everybody's going to play it.
Always just write
Just balance it.
Hashtag blame grubs because I found the combination and then made a video about it.
True.
Of course, in the end, it's my bad.
That's his problem.
That's totally fine.
You can't make the problem, Grobs, and then complain about it. That's not how it works, man. You made the issue. You made it. Now you gotta cry over it. Now you gotta cry. You did this. You did this to us.
Now it's again the same problem. They cannot really kill the class anymore because now a lot of people started to invest into the class.
That's exactly the biggest problem. When they make something broken and they don't fix it instantly, they can't kill the class because people will be pissed. They spend thousands of dollars if they bought Eye of Entius or whatever, and it's cooked.
You should probably
So
check
what
out
they have
what
to do
came
is they have to
in.
slowly balance it. That's why they have to slowly. They can't just destroy the lofty bow, but they can make adjustments to it, right? So that's why they're not nerfing daggers. I've been crying about daggers for like endless of time, but they're not destroying it because everybody in the grandma plays daggers. If 90% of the people in PvP plays daggers, and you nerf daggers, people are gonna quit. That's the reality. Is it broken? Yes. Will it do something about it? No, because they will lose players.
Crucifix right away. All the time on stream, I made videos about it. They needed to hotfix Crucifix. They needed to hotfix this lofty Eye of Vendius combination. You need to hotfix or relatively early patch those things because it's an MMORPG.
That's what I said in the Creator Roundtable. When I was invited to the Creator Roundtable and I was talking to Tico, I said, this is what we need. We don't need any crazy patches every single week, but please, just do weekly balancing. That's it. Just make small tweaks here and there, just weekly balancing. Weekly balancing, you will go so far with just adjusting and making small adjustments every week because we know that you're looking, you know what we're saying, and you're making those adjustments. So, is that too much to ask for?
And those people will be, of course, very frustrated if suddenly their boat will be completely wrecked. So those changes have to come immediately. Not sure if they will nerf Lofty in the long run or not. They will probably adjust it similar as they did it with Crucifix, and it will probably just from now on be one of the top classes.
It will be one of the top, even with the Lofty change.
But they will probably not kill
more
anyone
balanced
completely, which of course will bring even more frustration for the people that don't like the class, that don't want to commit into that class. I'm not sure if they will do anything or not. We will have to wait and see. I just know the PvE content became very boring, but it is what it is. I still have fun playing the game and still enjoy my time in the game. But yeah, it is what it is. We try to make the best out of it and try to have as much fun as possible for as long as possible. Guys.
All right, go check out Grob's overall opinion. I think he has some very valid points. As you know, he's plays the game. So me and him have very similar takes because we kind of understand the game. While I am having more fun in the game, I don't agree with the take that it's the worst state it's been in. It's been in really bad states before. I think it's one of the better states, but it definitely needs some changes to survive here. A lot of the balancing problem, a lot of the RNG problem, a lot of Solent is one of the biggest problems. I do think I do like the watermark system, which Rob doesn't like. I do think the skill core system is fine. But on the other things, I think we agree and we see eye to eye. But definitely check out the channel. He makes a lot of builds. Thanks for watching. Check us right here, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Poďme na to divera. Je čas. Je čas dať si divera z Coral Reefu. Počkaj, to je Forest. Má to.
In you go. You don't have long. Light or up.
Death to sin. I must have time to gather will.
What is this? You got nothing, man. Whoops. Ugly.
Come on, get out of there. Oh, Snake does it again.
No môžeme ísť na to. Môžeme sa ísť potopiť. Oh, fun. Gasp.
Come on, then. Today's a good day.
Is it? You really think today is a good day? No, that's
Hello.
that's kind of stretch.
God Slayer.
That's a stretch, but
Say it plain. Hang in there, Vesper. We're on it.
fuck. To isté.
Maybe this will be the one.
Ban. Diving shells. Lost ruins. Fucking brine. There's deaths up top. Like this. This packer here, huh? Is it working like this? I think it should be. Why not? Here are sunken totems.
Maybe this will be the one.
So I just need one line. Okay. Give me a solid liner like this. There we go.
This should be fun. Here we go. Vespa, knock it up.
Of course it's going the another way. Because why not?
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, look at this. So we got some stuffers. Some piles of gold. Nothing is here, huh? Okay then.
Heave-ho!
So basically nothing is here. Not any longer. It was a clear liner, so didn't expect it much.
Time's running out. Thought you wanted for sure.
So now we can go into the belly.
Say it plain.
This is going to be a huge belly, so actually we start with the diver.
Where no pirate has gone before.
We start with the diver. We start with the diver. What is this? Is Brian King's domain? Hazard is deaths. So we can push this. We can go like this. Well, really. We can go like this. Begin this
This
voyage.
should be fun.
So we're going from down. We're going to grab the butcher. No, we grab the diver first.
I must have time to gather my will.
So we got the diver. I need to go. The other way, but it's leading me to the wrong siders. So it's still a business. There's a lot of stuffers here. I mean, a lot of stalkers, stack deckers, lanterns and stuff. I'm going the wrong pathway. Finally we can turn and go the correct pathway. Because our old mother Duke it.
I must have time to gather my will.
I got them fucking lanterns, man. Okay. We got 12 lanterns now. Whew.
I must have time to gather my will.
Znate точно ти Brian Kinga. To su tače i Brian Kinga podobne. After the transforming jewel. Who gives a shit about that, man? Too many Brianers, man. Too many Brianers.
I must have time to gather my will.
Too many Brianers. We got second message. It's pretty good. Kā to posílá? Third message. That's good, that's 3 bottles now. We can use something from it. I need to push things up. Dále teď dole. Rodmar stash. Okay, now we can continue. We got 27, that's very low number.
I must have time to gather my will.
So you are sending me here. Okay, so we take it from the top. We see maybe it's gonna pop. Definitely kinda popped, but we got like 11,000 bunchers. We got some more golden piles. Some more sunken looters. Some waterloggers. Another message. Maybe pop something from it. Here is basically the regal zone.
I must have time to gather my will.
I don't know if we got enough. Probably not. Like he's sending me here somewhere, which is bad. We don't have enough Lojo. We're not gonna have enough, not even close. We're not even gonna have close. If I knew what is here, but dying breath. But I don't know what is that. We got like 14 lanterns. We fucked. We get a lot of stuff here, but we fucked. We got a lot of tragic lamps. 25 lanterns. Couple of banglers. Yeah, Briners. Briners are bad. Back. This is the Briner zone. It's heavy here. Basically, it's Briner. Is there a Briner again? Hiding somewhere in the shadows. We got 10 lanterns, man.
I must have time to gather my will.
Basically, I cracked too many Briners. I was I got too many Briners here. I got peckered for too many Briners. So what are we gonna do? Actually, I was here. At least it's showing me I was there. So I was here. I really was here. Spirit of Akoya. I got 4 lanterns. Should we check the Briners more? Potopili sme sa, koľko máme? 5? Dá sa mi, že 5 fľaš. Sem ma to niekam vedie, kam ma to vedie? To je Golden Lanterna. To mi nejako nespasí ma.
I must have time to go.
Tačnutý prankingom. Popaď sa mi, nech sa tam hore skúmať. Tu veľa ľudí, čo sú tačnutí prankingom.
Back to the bathysphere. We'll be saving the Primarch after all said and done.
Oh, that was not good.
Oi.
Mám 15.
Oi. Today's a good day. Yeah?
Áno. Ty máš každý deň dobrý deň. Chlapičuska. Nakaz iba 4. 4 botle.
say it plain. That'll do.
Ale... Ako Void, že majú zarábať, ale... Ako zarábajú, ale z týchto battlov potrebuješ vyťahnuť. Nie Perseverance, nie Signature, a nie Iolax. You know?
Yeah,
Nemôžeš vyťahnuť hen tieto sáčky. Yeah.
today's a good day.
Oh, fine. Svietiš jak hovno. Pýtam si úplne k hovno. Môžeš to vymazať?
Come on,
Asi to nejde, ale čo sa s tým dá. Oh my god, what a butcher. Pekne ma unavila tá Voyage. Vyčerpalo ma to hovno.
Hail gods.
What's this? That's not good. Toto je naša vec, no, toto je tá vec. Unavený som z tej Voyage, jedna Voyage. Až som unavený z toho potápania alebo z toho tepla. Už máme 36, 35,8. Tak áno, už razme do tých čísel.
Boy,
No nič. Dostali sme hovna. Totálne svastiky. Aké máš horúce nohy. Ako pec. Ako pec. A za 15 zobali sme. To znamená teraz otázka znie tento 25-7. No, takže chlapci, máte level 26 a 79 levelové spektre. Tak očakávam od vás trošku petolízactva, áno? Očakávam, že to budete točiť. Že sa nebudete báť to rozbalovať. A že jednoducho dokážete, že ste krásli. Dáme si jednu mapu. Bez projektilov. Bez tohto hovna. Bez. Takže už to tu máme. 26 levelových grazlov. On dáva 33, 49. Spectre 79 levelové, 15 divinov.
The corrupt shall fall. I must have time to gather my
This
will.
is good stuff. Energy. Act with energy.
Čo? Takže máme všetko hotové. Dá sa povedať, že sme ukončili Path of Exile. 30 levelové zombie, 26 levelové spektre, 23 levelové Carrion Golem. Dá sa povedať, prevážame nejaký tovar.
This is good stuff.
Dali sme si jednu mapu. Respektíve nie mapu. No jednu mapu a dali sme si aj podvodu, sme trošku strávili času. Trošku podvodnej aféry sme si dali.
You'll drown. must have time to gather.
Ako,
Hello.
go. Oh shit, man.
Go with courage.
Bullshit fucker. Máme si jednu štvorku. Venú tohto líšiaka. Poriadne líznutého. Two additional proges, come on. Give me a snacker. Give me something like this and I gladly grab it. And I gladly grab it by the throat. Takže 79 levelový šmaci.
So despite the devs' promises of further improvements, there appears to be no update this week. As earlier, the Korean devs posted a cancellation notice of no maintenance. But what they will be releasing is this new outfit and weapon skins this coming Thursday for us on Global, as we can already see them in the Mirror Boutique. You can preview all the weapon skins and the outfit. I'll show them a little bit later if you're interested, if you haven't seen them already. But yes, 2,000 Lucent just for this, and they're not coming out with their promised updates, which we'll have a look at from their resistance report. On top of not refunding back the ore spent on inheritance. You can see here the expected price listing. It is a bit of a bundle, yes, with the outfit, hat, mask, cloak. And sure, it is pretty cool that they're separating these items out into different categories, so you can choose to use the mask or not. Same for the cape on the back, but this does take up like the wing slot if you otherwise wanted to run those. But we do have the weapons at the usual price of 600. It just really sucks that they never come out with battle passes anymore that would give away normally these weapon skins or even outfits where you could, sure, play the game, spend 500 Lucent, and you'd get them. But no more. They just come out with the reskins of morphs every time. But we can see the different weapon skins here. The longbow, crossbows, staff here, book and wand, spear, the orb with those blades, and finally the gauntlets here. As for the updates that they did promise to come out with last week with our resistance report, and yes, these updates were promised specifically for us on Global back on July the 23rd. We did get the new Arch Boss, which we could run the Guild and Peace event. It was pretty cool, although the Guild event was a bit of a mess with regards to the amount of players and the ease of just holding those choke points to not let anybody come to the boss, which I think is okay. It is intended to be a PvP fight, and if players want to gatekeep other players, well, that's just about who has the most numbers and the best builds to be able to kill each other. It is PvP after all. I would recommend, if you want to be getting your PvE participation reward, that you don't actually go to the PvP event prior to the PvE. This time around, it's a non-issue on Wednesday, as Guild will be after Peace, which is good, which means you can get the rank rewards here from Peace and don't have to worry about the Guild ones overriding that. Unless you are like the top Guild and you can comfortably get these rank rewards, then sure, you actually may want to wait for that, but I wouldn't recommend skipping Peace. Ultimately, every single boss is always going to drop one of these weapons, which is great. Far better than the field bosses. And as you saw in my clip, I was lucky enough to actually drop it myself. Although the wands really ain't selling. Or you could argue this is a bit much decent for that. But the spear did manage to sell for over 100,000, which is crazy. And keep in mind, I'm here on the EU. But jumping back to the Resistance report, they promised to come out with an update that would lower the requirement for the amount of players needed to run the different Nyx events in order to obtain those rewards. Some of them need like up to 6 players,
Farewell.
not necessarily 6, but just a bit easier with that. But I don't really see this as a big issue. People will regularly call out Ice, Frozen, Scarlet, etc. As these boxes are much more worth to get now with the improved drop rates. Of course, I'd like to see the drop rates be improved even further. And yes, get rid of that time gating. We have to wait 30 minutes between rotations. And this is absolutely horrible and just a waste of time having to wait for the armillary sphere to repair before you can use it if you went to it at the wrong time. These are all improvements they promised back on July the 23rd and still have not implemented, and it doesn't look like they will be doing so this week, which is a bit ridiculous. Furthermore, they promised big improvements to Tumgir's Hollow, restructuring the map to make it easier to kite up enemies so we can kill more, get more drops, along with removing the excessive crowd control on some of those enemies, so again, there should be just easier to kill together, on top of giving entry buffs and performance-based rewards to improve the overall feel and flow of each run. What they seriously need to do is make Tumgir Hollow more competitive compared to just running Crimson or Barkent for your token burn. Like, you have to spend upwards of 15,000 tokens within there if you want to maximize your drops. And what you find is the drops that you do get are actually a lot worse in terms of solent, weapon mastery, and ores versus just going back to the older tier 2 dungeons. So if you want progress materials, upgrade materials, then there's actually very little point running this, which is just sad because Tumgir's Hollow is indeed the best place to get the skill core drops. So you have to make a choice between getting skill cores or getting upgrade materials. They should seriously just boost the amount of solent, boost the amount of ores you're getting through Tumgir's Hollow, particularly because you need to spend tokens there anyway, or simply remove the token burn there altogether. Make it so you don't need tokens to get the same rewards. There's so many things they could do to significantly improve progression, but they just don't because they're super stingy. On top of the fact they're delaying these promised updates for another week. We might not even get them next week. Best I can see here is they said like sometime in August, as they state here. So yeah, there's a ton of improvements that they promised they would release, but they still haven't. And it doesn't look like there will be anytime soon. On top of that, the compensation they promised for the inheritance update, reducing the amount of ores you need, was stated to be released within 48 hours of the update, and I don't believe anybody has seen any sign of it. Yes, they did manage to come out with the compensation of Solent, Shards, Trait Enchantments, and Resonant Stones back with the 4.3 update, so that was good, but still no sign of what they promised with update 4.5 last Thursday. Perhaps they just forgot about us altogether. On top of that, they sneakily removed the entry that listed we would see the return of the lithograph book, and they just don't mention it anywhere. Korean server, they did get the lithograph book and they could take advantage of it to get the rewards trading in their gear, but we're left with nothing. Not even a mention from the developers that they will return it, just a straight up sneaky removal from the dev blog after they'd posted it. So what are we supposed to do with all our excess gear now? We're supposed to just wait, hope that they come back with the lithograph book, or are we supposed to just sell it all, getting a little bit of solent that we're all in dire need of? Ultimately, I think everybody's a little bit disappointed with this Nix update. The sheer stinginess of the devs in terms of progress materials. You simply just compare how the progression system was before Nix, and it was just a whole lot better. With the sync system, it made it far easier to play multiple different builds. You still had the trade costs, but at least you weren't time gated. Now you're significantly time gated due to the unlock stones. There's literally only so many you can get per week. It's not like you can even buy more of them. Versus before, you could just buy the traits. You could argue this is a good thing in terms of pay to win, but honestly, there are so many other pay-to-win systems that all this really does is make it harder to play multiple builds because you are now time-gated on how many gear pieces per week you can actually trade out, on top of the still ridiculous solent costs that is needed just to get those unlock stones crafted. But with that said, we'll have to see what happens. Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and we'll see ya in the next one.
Čo by sa stalo, pitches? Nič.
I must have time to gather my will.
No to je veľký šmák. Eldritch Deaths. We're gonna chart it, or is that? Probably some bugler.
The atlas is mine.
Okay. We talk about it, okay. Atlas is yours. I don't mind. I'm just grabbing a few bunchers.
That
So
packed with energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
skoro 5 miliónov už mám. Not bad. Poďme sa potopiť. Čuj, grazelka, čuj. Žitie, žitný ústroj. A poďme sa potoplieť do toho šarlatánstva. Do tohto, do LDča. Poďme sa potopiť do LDča. Jeden, dva, tri, štyri, päť, šesť, sedem. 7x8, máme zase dosť. Máme ešte chybu 4. Ideme sa potopiť do Eldritchov, ale pozrieme sa, ako vyzerajú ory, koľko sme spracili za tú chvíľu, koľko sme spracili. Takže 4000 a okolo 1000 má každý šmák. Dá sa nám trošku viazne. A myslím, že máme dosť Zantinumu. Môže poslať dole do...
Oh, good. More work. Hail!
Môže poslať dole trošku Zantinum. Ekimes. Ja, Savonia. Savonia je dobrý.
We're not bloody paying it a laser bout.
Tak, chlapi, my potrebujeme Ember. Zantinum je za nami. Pošleme sem Zantinum do Gakánu. Je to 90% na marža. Čo nie je zlé. Kto nám Pure Hybrid silové štíty za to. Ale ja by som to tam poslal. Je to 90% na marža. On má... Pošleme to tam. To je 24 000 Zantinumu. Je to 90% na marža.
They're on their way.
90% na marža. Čo nie je vôbec zlé, 90% na marža. Možno mi prinesie aj Exile. Možno mi prinesie aj Exile. To ja už stojí pár drobul. Pár drobul. No nič, poďme sa potopiť do tohto Krištofa, do Eldritch Depthov.
Patched it up all right.
Poďme zistiť, čo je tam za bačkoru.
Can't wait to see what you find.
I must have time to gather my will.
Implicit modifier of a non-unique amulet with Eldritch implicit. We tried on this, right? We lose the regeneration rate, but it doesn't matter. It's pretty good. Like, fuck the life regenerate, right? It's pretty good, but... How costly is the Bonjour? What is Eldritch implicit? Maybe I don't even... Maybe all those Eldritch implicits are worthless butchers.
Hurry back!
Are they worthless butchers?
One step closer to rich.
Are they worthless butchers, those eldritch implicits? Eldritch implicit. Are they worthless butchers? Eldritch. I think it's this. It's grand, 9%. Yeah. I don't want to mess with this. This is grand life, 9%. I think that's pretty good. With this, it's 17%. It's pretty good region. Got this one. Koľko stojí tie ukatovi Ducati? Ooh. Ooh. Butcher, man. Jedna bývajná. Za takýto štek. Not bad, man. Not fucking bad, man. So we don't have any special. We got Abyss. We got still. Let's crack this. Let's get into
This should be fun.
pod vodu sa ponoríme.
Here we go. Let's first light it up.
Vediamo Americo e Ducati.
I must have time to gather my will.
It's pretty ugly out here. It's still going up top. What is there? Nothing, you lied to me, you butchers. Oh my fucking god, probably. So where should we go? I don't think something is here. Not this Eldritch. This was bullshit.
Back to the bathysphere. No, good. Oh,
We got some stuff, but not much. Not much. Not much, just a bunch. Got a lot of ducats there. So basically, fuck that. We're doing the classics, classic rages. Trochu sa potopíme znova, pozrieme ešte jedno kolo, jednu
Let's
rundu.
do this.
Meč. Nikde nič nie je.
I must have time to gather my wit.
Slabé, slabé.
Hurry back.
Slabé,
Bloody good haul.
slabé. Slabý čart.
Come
Tak
on,
slabý
then.
čart si mi dala. Si kladem otázku, či sa na to nevykadím.
Say it plain.
Ak máš nejaké voidže, môžeš v podstate Eldritch Depthy dať sem. Dokopy so Sea Foragemi. Sem môžeš dať toto. Sem toto. Sem toto. Bodla by nejaká line, počkaj, ja sa pýtam, taká rovná najlepšia, ak tu máme k dispozícii niečo také. Nemáme. Víš, tak zoberieme niečo takéto. Aj toto treba. Aj rohače bodli. Potopíme sa.
Patched up all right. I think.
Bodli by aj rohače, ale... Značne môže povedať, že slabé. Slabé.
Ouch! Burn my fingers.
Asi sme aspoň jednu fľašu. Možno si vyťahneme Mage Blood. To hovno. A v podstate už iba jednu. A to je čo k dispozícii. Dve fľaše. Tak to už áno. To už bolo solidnejšie. Možno dve fľaše nám niečo líznú.
Come on, get out of there. Bloody good haul.
Možno dve fľaše nám niečo líznú. Aj keď nemal by som veľké oči. That's
Say
why.
it plain. Today's a good day.
Ako sa hovorí v našej
Come on,
komunite,
then.
nikdy. Nikdy nemaj veľké oči. To znamená, teraz zoberieme dve rohovky. Nastavíme to, prečo nie. Nemusíme zobrať úplnú rohovku, ale môžeme. That's right.
Patched it up all right, I think. Can't wait to see what you find.
Must have time to gather my will.
A ešte niečo chceme? Či tu máš šancu niečo byť? Máme jednu fľašu. I think we're good. I think we're good.
Hurry back! One step closer to Rich.
Let's see foible. What is this shit? Fucking foible, man. Fucking foible.
Say it plain.
This is what we get.
Today's a good day.
This is what it gave us from the fucking Deeper Mojo. This is what it gave us? Such a bullshit?
Yeah?
Man, such a horse dog. So basically what we need one classic packer. If we don't have the flatter, we can always take this. We can always take this.
Patched it up all right.
Ponoríme sa.
Here we go. The first night enough.
I must have time to gather.
Who asked? Who asked, you fuckers? Bring me to a fucking lantern, man. Like, what is this? Bring me to a fucking lantern like a peacock.
Back to the bathysphere. One step closer to Rich.
Neviem, čo si spravili. Oni to museli nerfnúť rapidne. Niečo museli zosrať.
Yeah,
Pretože...
today's a good day. Say it plain.
Dá sa to takto dať? Ukáž. Malo by sa. Počkaj, mám dve tieto.
Maybe this will be the one.
Tak sa dá dať, takže stačí nám flatter. Neviem, či to zober. Stačí nám flatter. Alebo špagetka. A. Toto im malo stačiť tiež. Je to klasiky, nemáme flatliny. Minimálne nie je tu. Zvolíme odtiaľto tento flatter.
Patched it up all right, I think.
Tu vysúli sme nejaké fracturing orby. Ale...
Can't wait to see what you find.
Ja nie som zvedavý. Niečo spravili. A on brutálnu antislinu. Tu nič nie je. Čo je to za zónu? Nah, man.
Come on, get out of there.
Zle som išiel.
No, good lord.
Začína byť pekne utrávený. To je 27, potom je 13. Máme 13? To je 3. 5. 5, 10 je skoro. Ja som otrávený už z tohto.
Come on then.
Dneska som neslený. Nadrapovali sme ani hnis.
Say it plain.
Tie dropy viaznú. Dropy Exile viaznú. A tak v podstate ja som si len zvykol na to už dropovať ako pán.
Journey well.
A máme zombie 30 levelov, a zase silní šmáci. Tu to samozrejme vedia roztačať. Daj 15 mapu! Spasie! Spasie! Mám ich plný zadok. Plný zadok. Plný zadok. Plný zadok. Plný zadok, dáme si. Uvidíme, čo na to povie Strand, na takúto trošku tučnejšiu všívackú vec. Ako najal by som zomel, ale to je Strand. My sme tuční. Excelné svastiky sme. Čo je toto? Socket and minion gems. Look at it, what a beast.
I must have time to gather my will. Purity will prevail.
Dostal som veľký počet dôrov ako v 13-kovej mape. A 15-kovej, to je zaujímavé. To bol asi úplne najhorší rol, aký som to mohol líznúť.
With that.
Môže sa potvrdiť na 15-kových mapách. Je to nejaký fantasmagoriálny problém.
This is good.
Stále potrebujem vlastne tieto veci, no.
You there? A moment of
Zistiť
time.
to... Tam dole máme Várku, Embru. V Kalgúre. Koľko stojí ten spíčený mirror? toto. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I must have time to gather my will.
Není rozdiel medzi 14 a 15, to je to isté. O niečo ťažšie roly tam teoreticky môžu byť, ale veľmi dekadentné. Veľmi dekadentné, ako... Nevidím nejaký rozdiel. Veľmi dekadentné. To je ešte nejaký, ktorý sa dá ubiť. Tento. Nevidíme rozdiel. Ja som nechcel byť tie 15 v to kvôli tomu, že rýchlo levelujem. Ale v stande aj nelevelujem až tak rýchlo, lebo není tu veľa pitchusov. Preto mám rád stand. Není tu veľa pitchusov.
This is good stuff.
To by som poslal do kalgu ten petrifienutý ember. Ale... Poviem poslal do kalgu petrifienutý ember.
You there? A moment of your time. This is good stuff. My Felka's honor! I must have time to gather my will.
Potem by tu bol petrifienutý ember tiež. To je bol 780.
With energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
Máme náhodou už dosť. Či nás to bude chýbať asi kúsok. Pozriem to po tejto. To pozrieť.
Greetings.
There's a fail of curses only, or there's a fail of shogun.
Keep your life to your own.
Chcem tam craftovať niečo? Silomocou? Fuck off. Increase damage with bonds. To ignore enemy physical damage reduction. What a shit. What a bulldog, man.
Greetings. Till next time, shall we keep, Saviour?
Môj sa to pozrieť, či náhodou máme už dosť. Dali slušné varky Emperor, ale aj tak neviem. Máme 11 000 a 1800 ešte rýžujeme. Takže môžeme mať okolo 12 000 Emperor.
Oh, good. More work. Local?
Koľko potrebujeme? Počkáme dosť Emperor. Stačí na 11 000 Ember, máme to. OK. Dáme si ešte jedného 5-kového žmýkala. Jednu 5-kovú pantoflu, pozrieme tam nejakú, ktorá sa dá vylizovať. Chainers, Life, Poisoners, here we go, what a beasts. To sa dá tiež robiť. Aj táto sa dá robiť. Pozrieme túto. Jedno takého žiochara si dáme, máme dosť, môže, keď sa vrátia. Keď sa vrátia s dodávkou, pošleme do Kalguru drevo.
Exile!
I must have time to gather the will.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be food.
My mana is spent. This is good stuff.
Taký bizmut.
Good stuff.
Máme ďalšie drevo.
The Atlas is mine. The blazing fire cannot have it.
A nové lode zatiaľ zarobili stabilne každú
You will
ligu.
be best friends. You have been captured until we slaughter you. You will be a survivor, or you will be
A už sa teda pozerať na ďalšiu ligu, na Championa.
You there. A moment of your time.
Teraz sa pozerať na ďalšiu ligu, na Championa. To je to, čo prichádza.
Survivor. You are well prepared. Do not worry, little beast. We are eyes now. That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome.
30% global defenses. That's pretty solid. To ti 30% zvýši energy shield.
I must have time to gather my will.
It's pretty good, right? Ako na to, že tu odsýpam 109 kvantitu veci, 15-kovú mapu, tak znova, toto je to depresívna napal v Exile. Že tu nemáš dobrý pocit z tohto niečo robiť, lebo vieš, aká neskutočne malá šanca je, že niečo dropnem, úplne miziva, úplne hovno. Tu znamená zbierame oury. Máme dosť, len čakám na loď. To pošlem 55 000, 11 000. Tu mi zase dopadajú samé 16-kové mapy. To znamená žiadne špagetky, ktoré chcem.
Hello.
Brilliant choker, shield grab. Fuck off. A 105 za niečo. Oh my bugger. Oh my bugger, man. What are we snacking?
Journey well.
Ako najviac 5-kový map. Najviac svastik.
Ooh, whiff that. Dead men tell no tale. I must have time to gather my will.
C4 ridges. Preto to Last Epoch je oveľa záživnejší. Lebo v Last Epochu máš reálnu šancu, že dropneš kvalitnú vec. Tuto nemáš.
The atlas is mine.
Daj sám s Exilom. Aké mody to sú? Aké roly to sú? Nič takéto nie. Len ten attack speed a casting speed. Ako v Exile 270-280 maximálne. To je asi najnebezpečnejšia šačka, čo má šancu zabiť. Tá Verizimora. To je brutálne.
Another nice day. This is good stuff.
Ale to je presne to, či tento Power Exile. To je depresívny pocit. Viem, že nepadne mi ani hnis. To nepadajú mapy, ktoré by som potreboval. To padajú len spíčené 16-ky. Which is absolute bullshit, man.
Hello.
Like, what is this?
Farewell.
What the fuck is this bullshit? To nemá zmysel ich točiť. Z nich není ani makový závier. Ani makový závier, ty kváro. Ale 26 levelové spektre, 30 levelové zombie. S mojimi šmízmi, s mojimi mapami. Ale 5-kový kontakt som aj nevidel. To je úplne neuveriteľné.
You there. A moment of your time. This is good stuff.
A to neuveriteľné. 5-kový kontakt som aj nevidel.
I must have time to gather my will.
Nič nepadá. To budem musieť vypnúť. Pretože nejaký podvrh sa tu deje. Zaujímate ma.
This is tough.
Ako, henta ako príča sa zaujímavá mechanika, ale... Kalgo je stále zaujímavejší. Zaujímavejší a zarába veľmi dobre. To je problém s loďami. Každú ligu setupujem to isté, setupujem lode. A prečo? Lebo vždy každú ligu zarobia. Každú ligu otačujú fragy. Každú ligu otačajú.
Packed with energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
Silou moc idem tieto mapy, lebo som zvedavý, či niečo dropnú, ale to aj nepadajú mapy, ani 14-kové. Tu nepadá nič. Á, tá sedačka sa pokazila, potom aj štartnúť to celé. V kuse padajú 16-kové mapy, ktoré sa mi ani náhodou robiť nechce.
Greetings. Journey well.
Zlé číslo. Ešte môžem sa pozrieť, či náhodou tu nemáme niečo. Ale toto je veľmi zaujímavá mechanika. Ako nemá to ďaleko tento bridge, aby som ho otáčal na miesto lodí. Nemá ďaleko. Aj keď to nerfli,
She is pleased.
aj keď ho nerfli, nemá ďaleko. Nemá high blood, nemám.
She will soon bear fruit.
Nemá ďaleko.
Greetings.
Nemá ďaleko, ale...
Beware of the enemy.
Kedy sa vrátia?
Eh? Who's that? What do you need?
V 20 minút? Poďme sa raz potopiť a pôjdem sa vyčmudiť. Tu sú dva projektily. Môžu byť dva projektily všade.
In you go. We don't have long.
nejsem zle. Jako musím povedať, že som otravený z tohto potapania. Asi ja sa to má reštartnúť.
I must have time to gather.
Hurry back! Bloody good boy. Say it plain.
Fuck off.
Alright, it's been about a week for the new league, and I thought I'd make a review. Amongst all the negativity, I actually have a pretty positive outlook on the league. Obviously, ground loot is bad, but I think there's actually quite a few positives coming out of this league. So the biggest one for me, anyways, as somebody who really enjoys the like earlier progression and not so much giga endgame juicing, like one of the most important things for me is having different builds that are kind of plug and play that you can just essentially start, right? So I think finally league starters are in a very healthy spot. There's a lot of competitive builds. Obviously, there's some that are still way ahead, which is fine, but there's a lot of options now. You have Winter Orb, which is technically new. It's not new, it's really old, but they buffed it and now it's good again, but it's been so long that it's pretty new. RF got a nice little buff, the Scorching Ray buffs. Pretty much every DOT archetype got a buff, Cold Dot, Ignite, Fizz, Chaos, whatever. Everything there got a pretty nice buff. I think those are all in good spots. Probably like Fizz and Cold Dot are the better two. And then I'd say Chaos and Ignite, but they're all very, very good options. They're all more than viable. Very, very smooth. We got Earth Shatter, you got Bone Shatter. Many minions are pretty good, like Animate Weapon, Summon Raging Spirit, stuff like that. Golems for Zoomance or whatever. If you're gonna get a bunch of stuff, basically a bunch of minions got a buff this league. I don't actually know how big it ended up being, but they're pretty good before. So, well, not golems as like a golem build. That build's been dead for a while, but just like for zoo that uses a bunch of different types. Stormburst totems. You got Static Strike. Got a lot of different things here. Kinetic Boost Blade totem. Archmage, which got a pretty big nerf, but is still fine, I think. Yeah, a lot of different competitive options here. So that's huge for me. The next one, I do like the league mechanic and new craft. A big problem. Personally, for me, I don't care that much whether I'm getting loot from ground or tile. And if you don't know the difference between this, ground loot is basically you kill a monster, it drops it. It's like a completely random drop. And then tile loot is like you click a box and you 99% of the time know it's going to come out of it. And for a long time, it's been heavily skewed towards tile loot, and I feel like it's coming to a peak this league where there is nothing I can even think of really wanting to juice because it's mostly tile loot mechanics and not much ground loot. So it's like boxes, clicking Legion chests, stuff like that is tile loot, and it is definitely skewed far too heavily towards that. And then I know a lot of people don't really have the mindset I do where they want the game to kind of be harder, but I feel like it's a weird spot where the top end content is like non-existent except for like Baldo's maps. Like that's going to be the only really super aspirational content I think there is. And they're also like power of builds just keeps going up, where I feel like you kind of go through the game really fast, which is not a con to everybody, but I feel like it's kind of weird removing all the aspirational content of the game essentially, and then also really, really power creeping characters up. I feel like it goes against the kind of core of the game, the whole grindiness feeling and whatever. I feel like at this point there's no really long-term ARPGs that exist. I feel like this is kind of a general genre sentiment now. I feel like there is no long-term RPG. Everything is super fast-paced in terms of like progression, and for most people that's fine, but for anybody who doesn't have a life, kind of a problem. Where if you wanted to be like more of a little bit of a slow burn rather than boom, 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 everything's dead, you're super powerful, there's nothing else to do, okay, move on to the next game, right? And I actually think that GG is intentionally doing this. And pretty much everything they have done for the last couple of years is push towards less time actually playing the game. And I think it's due to a couple of reasons. One, there's a lot more games in the genre now, so people are naturally going to want to play other ARPGs, so it's going to leave less time in PoE, so you got to let people get things done faster. And then, especially with having two PoEs, it's obviously going to lead to more people burning out, which leads to the lower retention rate, right? And then there's less stuff to do in game, essentially, or it takes shorter to do. And, it really will bog down that retention.
Lebo kokoti zatrhli cheeseovanie.
Will just be getting lower and lower as the leagues go on from now on, which is not necessarily a bad thing, even for the health of the game. It just means other people are moving on, and especially with GG, artificially making the game. I guess I don't know if artificially really makes sense there. It's their game, but really making the game have shorter longevity each league. Whether that's a problem is up to you. It's not really an objective thing. I think it's subjective. I'm kind of on the fence about it. I would just like one game that has a slower burn. Yeah, say Grim Dawn or something, but that's not a seasonal or live service game, so I'm not really counting that here. There's really no slow burn game anymore, so if that's something you liked, it's kind of gone now, honestly, which kind of sad. For most people, they probably don't care, but
Nerozumiem, ako
that's my prediction.
môžu mať toľko života a štítu.
Which I don't think GG even particularly cares about. They care more about the inter-league retention, where people will keep coming back to each league, not necessarily the long-term retention within a league
Join
itself.
the sea.
And yeah, that's about it. Overall, pretty positive. I do believe like a 7 out of 10. If there was ground loot, I think it'd be like a 9. Maybe 9.5. I'd really like it then.
With that.
I mean, I do like it, but ground loot is kind of a big problem, even as someone who doesn't have a super strong preference against tile or ground loot. But yeah.
You there. A moment of your time.
This is good stuff.
Oj, Pál Exile, to je 10 dní. Povedzme 12. To je 12 dňovka. Do 2 týždňov. Pretože zatrhli mi cheesovanie. Keby nezatrhli cheesovanie, tak by to vydržalo 20 dní, jak nič. Ale cheesovanie je zatrhnuté.
This is good stuff.
No, teraz, keď už to vôbec nepotrebujem, by som mohli zrobiť heisty. Wow.
I must have time to gather my will.
Teraz, keď to vôbec nepotrebujem, by som mohli zrobiť heisty. Len sa vyčmodiť.
Hello. Greetings.
A dali sme dosť veľa. Máme 6000 návrh, to znamená, a samozrejme dust sa minul. A na tom duste tak nezáleží, to stačí dávať 25 000. A neviem odkupovať tú impulzu na čo. Budem dávať 25 000 fútra.
Eh? Who's that? Local?
7 minút. A 25 000, 30 000 dust na jednu dodávku. Tak jedno to zvýši veľmi, bolo 30 000, čo nič.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
Ja by som točil Path of Exile aj mesiac. Číslovanie bola najlepšia časť. Čtyři minuty. Toto je 78. Area Effects dvojnásobený, dúfam, že to nebude Veriziumové.
I must have time to gather my will.
A moment of your time.
Ale to treba byť opatrný. Na pevné role.
Court wine.
Pevné role. Zobral som, lebo je tučná, ale...
this. This is good stuff.
Zdvojnásobená area efektu.
I must have time to gather my will.
The atlas is mine.
To zaujímavé. Toto je to nepríjemné. Od tohto nabehneš. Šprovo. Nabehneš, máš problém. Holy shit. Holy motherfucker. Those fuckers, man. Those fuckers, man.
Hello. Farewell.
Holy shit, those motherfuckers.
You should check out what came in from Pondium. What do you need?
Fine.
Sailor's luck. Oh no. Have you got... Oh, it's you! This one will make great dust.
What was I doing?
Engineer rep. Bye now.
Pole o ničom. Tie 15. Nie z nich ani hovno. Takisto. 15 nie sú dole mapy. 13, 14. No 15 dropujú 16 veľmi často. A to je problém, 16 na 100% robiť nechcem, znamená tam strácam mapy. To 13-14 by sa malo dať otáčať, to by malo sa pokrývať. A keď nie, Tak 12 premeníme na 13, ale už ja tak končím s Power Exile, neviem čo to špekulant zase. O 15 aj tak to zbytočne dávam. To mi nedropne mapy, ktoré chcem robiť. 13 majú šancu dropnúť 13
Packed with energy.
a 14.
With energy. Must have time.
15 mi skoro vždy dropuje 16. 15 mi skoro vždy dropuje 16 a to je fatálny problém. Po 16 ja byť už nechcem umriť. Nebudem sa trápiť s takými sráčkami na čo. Ozveme sa. Tá svastika.
Packed with energy, Exile. Packed with energy.
Úplná svastika tie 15. Totálna svastika. To je na 14, to sú naše mapy. A po pohode už sa ma nechce točiť, môže sa blížiť čas pustiť rancherov. Toto je to, o čom hovorím, 14 použiteľná mapa.
Dead men.
A ďalšia, hej. Oni sa udržia nad vodou. Sa udržia nad vodou. Ale už naozaj to nie je čo otáčať. Dali sme naše špagetky. 3-14-kové mapy. We're fucking good.
Hello. Journey well.
Desiatka? Sad stuff.
Hello. Go with courage.
No to si nazbe nejaké 14, to môžeš vylizovať. Ale môže na čase zabaliť toto. Na čase zabaliť túto lígu.
Yeah, Camara is available for play tomorrow. He's been prepared very well with Racing. we have all these details about his preparation. He's been playing 2 games 90 and 1 game 75 2 days ago. And we've been talking with him with the board of for what more than weeks, more than 10 days. And we know he starts in historic and physical aspects. And I think tomorrow, if he has to play, he will play for sure.
Just shortly about the draw, because I know
Yeah.
how important is the next game.
Exactly, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you have somehow in your mind that there is a possibility to play against Korea or
Like I said, we respect all the teams.
energy,
If we go
Exile.
further, we
with
have,
energy.
if we go through, that'll be for me who is
Must
not
have
bad
time
team,
to
go up
gather
to
the
underestimating them. If we go through there, any team going there, that means they deserve to be there, right? And we're gonna face. I think my team, my player, they're ready to face anything, right? Because for them, it's gonna be a good challenge and a good test for me and for them as well, because I want to see how they react. Because of course, football, like I said, everything can happen, right? So what I want to make sure that my team, any games they play in today or maybe in the next week or in the next 2 weeks or next month, I want to make sure they're always ready to face any opponent, because that's my goal, right? And perform as they perform until now. Very good, play good games, enjoy themselves, and respect the opponent. And should we score 4, score 4. If we score 1, score 1. That's what we move on.
Koľko je tu? 98. No, rezistencia mám stiahnuté. Je to cítiť. Neviem, čo spravili, či niečo zostali páčom znova, ale ani nič nepadá dneska. Ani lode absolútne 0 bodové. Takže...
You there. A moment of your time.
Takže je to zaujímavé. Je čas zabaviť asi po Exile,
I must have time to gather my will.
Asi prišiel jeho čas, no. Asi prišiel jeho čas.
Hello.
Asi prišiel jeho čas. Neviem, čo spravili, ale dneska... Nič, ani paseka. Ani paseka, ani vred. Ani paseka, ani vred. Prišlo to znova, je koniec. Je to tu? Je to tu, no. A vydržal dosť dlho. No, síce nie. Kráťas.
Hail. Oh, good. More. Oh, there's.
18 minút prídu títo z Calgary. Ne, z Nagaka. Tam niečo sme za Antinom. No, well. Whatever. To môžeme rerollnať Pondio. Pondio má Blue s Antinom, to potrebujeme. To sú tie belty. A Blue s Antinom sa aj točí, ale... Veľké videé. Takže... Veľké videé. Môžem sa potopiť raz a... Asi čas to zabaliť. Ako som povedal už tomu.
Say it plain. In you go. Deep breaths.
I must have time to gather my will.
Niečo museli spraviť. Dneska je to... Dneska je to ultimátna fantasmágoria.
Back to the bathysphere. First mate does it again.
Ako máme čartnuté veci.
This should be fun.
Máme pripravené nejaké svastiky. Ako je to veľmi solidná liga. Možno som len preťažený z tejto ligy. Možno som len preťažený, preto sa zase to odsypam tvrdo. Niekoľko dní sa to razí. neviem, či mám tak brutálnu antislinu. Ale dneska to viazne ako mákajú.
Hurry back! First mate does it again. Yeah? All right then.
Dneska to viazne ako mákajú.
Oi!
Ale pripravenú jednu voyage. A dneska to viazne ako mákajú. Chyba tomu taká šťava, mám 5 miliónov.
Patched it up all right, I think. Here we go!
To nie je to zlé, ale ako som povedal, toto je tá... Prečo Power of Exile je oproti Last Epochu sračka. Bo viem, že nič nezískam. Viem, že nebudem mať žiadny kvalitný drop.
Time's running out.
A tak ako...
Welcome back.
Ja nepotrebujem viacej špákov, no. Máme dosť všetkého. Som zarobil brutálne veľa. Možno preto som prestal zarábať, lebo už nepotrebujem ani cent. Neviem, čo rozoberám. Už nepotrebujem ani cent. Už sa rozprodili Blood Demony. Je koniec teda? Koľko sme zarobili zlatých drobáskov?
Yes.
Skoro 10 miliónov? Dali sme aj zombie na 30-ku. Môžeme dať jednu mapu. Stále mám väčší pocit. Stále mám taký pocit, že z mapy skôr niečo padne. Aj keď... Dneska, aj keď... To je ťažko. Lebo mne napadali veci, ja nepotrebujem viacej peňazí. Ako ja sa sťažujem, že nemám viacej peňazí, lenže nepotrebujem viacej peňazí. Kvôli tomu mi pravdepodobne už nič nepadá, lebo už nepotrebujem. A systém vie, že nepotrebujem ani cent, no tak nepotrebuješ, tak ti nebude dávať. Aj. A minul som to zabolo na leveli 97 a niečo.
I must have time to gather my will.
The atlas is mine.
Beast. Beast.
Dobre, no. Aj sa teda vyrovnať s tým, že Power Exile už je po ňom. Liga skončila. Podľa očakávania vydržala. Kedy začala? Už nepotrebujem nič, už nie je žiadne moty. Ja sa čudujem, že to ešte stále točím. Pretože naozaj už je koniec. Už som to všetko vylízal.
Go with courage.
Ovo je koniec.
Hail, Godslay.
Exile je finishnutý. Včera mi padla jedna Fracturing Orba ešte na záver. 3 Fracturing Orby mi padli z tej bane, 2 som predal za 6 dokopy a... Takže ako veci napadali, Fracturing Orba, táto mi padla... Jedna mi padla z Lost Shipmentu. Takže... To sa mi nikde podarilo predať, Cardigana. Honor Homie, slušný počet. Je konec, no. Je konec.
Who's that? Hail.
4 minúty dojdu títo. To je odtiaľto. Dobre, konec. Možno prichádza čas na rančerov. Nainštalovať tých špákov. Lebo ja už ani nezábam a už ani nepotrebujem zábať, všetko mám. Takže... Je koniec, no. Už sa stvoreného držgroša. A myslím, že prišiel čas na rančerov. Pomaly. Ako pičusovia dropujú. Ale ja som na to bol, čo som potreboval. Dobre, ideme sa z toho drží ročný koniec. Pripajme sa na tie ženy. Pomaly idem vylizovať už teraz.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night? Damn, this luggage.
Takže Paolo v Exile tých 10 dní. Piatok v noci to začína. Piatok nerad rátam, lebo tam to je naozaj, tam sa to naozaj, piatok je to tak koľko, 4 hodiny. Môžem povedať, väčšinou začína o 11. Aj keď to začína o 10. O 2 ráno. No povedzme 5 hodín priemer, máme tomu. A ďalšiu ligu vytasíme šampióna, ďalšia liga bude zaujímavejšia. Lebo ideme šampióna. Neviem síce, ako sa šampióna bude dariť, ale šampión asi nebude môcť robiť takéto mapy. Ak bude mať menej ako 6000 života, a síce môže robiť 13, 14 môžem, 15 nie. A nemusíme robiť tie žlté, tam ten rozdiel nie je taký masívny. Ďalšia liga bude zaujímavejšia. Lebo sa bude otočiť šampión.
You should really check out what came in from the canoe. Hail!
Ja som rátal takéto hovno. Aj keď. To je veľmi dobrý štít. Pochám, že to niekto kúpi, ale keď to už ja nepredám veci.
Just a little tighter.
Takže uvidíme, čo ďalšia liga bude. Či niečo budú robiť.
Welcome.
Ale to je veľmi dobrý štít, maslínu.
Great job, Isla.
Ako je pravda, že budeme mať, stále máme Tam máme Molten Shell. Uvidíme. Ale neočakávam, že budem viac ako 5200 života. Očakávam, že tú 1000. Očakávam, že budem mať 5000, okolo 5,5 tisíca na 90 levely. Ak budem mať 5,5 tisíc na 90 levely, som spokojný. Pretože to už... To je veľmi solidný štít. Ale slabý aj tak. Sere ma, že odtiaľ to nechodia minion štíty. Tieto.
Don't give up. Hail.
90-kový Bismuth, 50% Ember. Aj Bismuth a Ember a Pumpkin sme tam mali poslať. Ale nemám Ember. A teraz som poslal tam dole. Mám 12 000 Ember. Popravde. Mám 12 000 Ember. Budem mať. Ember, Bismuth. A tekvica. We good. Budeme toľko mať. Takže bude to zaujímavejšie, ďalšia liga. Táto už skončila, dá sa povedať. A to už skončila. 10 dní vydržala. Keď sme začínali? 25. 24. že? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 dní, no. Nedá sa nič robiť, no. Ono. Lebo čízovanie. Čízovanie bola vec, ktorú som robil v podstate týchto 10 dní som čízoval. Hej. Prvých 10 dní som iba čízoval. To znamená, ja som prvých 10 dní o takomto čase iba len končil čízovanie a začínal objektívy na mapách finalizovať. Hej. Plus minus typujem. Hej. Ja som mal o takomto čase maximálny level 90. Maximálny level 90. A ani z diaľky som mal finálny build. Ale potom čízovanie zatrhli, potom ho zrušili. No od tejto ide extrémne rýchlo. Na škodu veci to odtedy ide extrémne rýchlo. Akorát som prišiel správny čas na petolízectvo. O minútu je deň. OK. Aký podmas by to chcelo popri tomto?
You've noticed them, tiny white bumps, usually just under your eyes, sometimes your cheeks or your nose, and they've been there for weeks or maybe months. And here's the part that drives people mad. You've tried to squeeze one and nothing comes out. It just won't pop. So what are they? Will they ever go away? And is anything actually wrong? Well, the good news first. In almost every case, these little bumps are completely harmless. They're called milia. And once you understand what they are, the whole thing will make a lot more sense, including why squeezing never works. I'm Dr. Finbar. I'm a GP with special interest in dermatology and skin cancer, and for over 25 years I've looked at tens of thousands of these little bumps. Milia are a very common skin lesion that people bring to me. They're quietly worried, and they've tried everything at home first. So let me put your mind at rest and show you exactly what's going on. Milium is Latin for millet seed. We might say milium if you have only one, but more than that, and the plural is milia. Your skin is constantly making a tough little protein called keratin. Now that's the same stuff that hair and nails are built from. Normally that keratin sheds away at the surface and you never notice. But sometimes a tiny amount gets trapped just under the top layer of skin, and the skin closes up over the top of it. Now it's sealed in. A tiny, firm pearl of keratin with a thin lid of skin stretched over it. That is a milium. A spot or a blackhead sits in a pore. It has an opening to the surface, so it can be squeezed out. A milium has no opening at all, so it's sitting in a sealed pocket. So when you press on it, there's just nowhere for anything to go. You're just bruising and injuring the skin around it, and that's something was just never going to budge away by itself in the first place. So please stop squeezing them. And whatever you have read online, don't go at them with a needle at your own bedroom mirror. The skin around your eyes is thin and unforgiving, and a home dig is a fast route to an infection or a small scar that lasts for far longer than the milia ever will. You'll see milia most often around the eyes and on the cheeks, and that delicate skin is the classic area for milia to develop. Anyone can get them. Newborn babies famously do, and theirs clears on their own without any treatment. In adults, they can be a bit more stubborn though, and a few things make them more likely, like very rich, greasy eye creams and heavy balms or skin that's picked up a little sun damage over the years. Now, how do you tell harmless milia from something worth showing to someone? Well, if it's a tiny white or cream little firm dome that's been sitting there unchanged, that's classic milia. Nothing to worry about. Leave it alone or just get it treated if you want to get rid of it for looks. If instead you've got a cluster of slightly larger, soft, skin-coloured bumps under the eyes, those might not be milia at all. They can be a harmless little sweat gland growth called syringiomas. Also, little yellow bumps can be due to sebaceous gland hyperplasia. And if you notice flat yellowish patches on and near around the corners of your eyes, that's something different again, worth mentioning to your doctor, because occasionally they can be linked to high cholesterol levels. They're called xanthogranulomas. Both are harmless, but worth a proper look. And the one that always earns a check, a single bump that starts to change, like growing, changing colour, going crusty, scabby, or bleeding, or just not healing. Milia don't do that. So if a bump is changing, don't wait. Get it seen by someone trained to look at skin lesions, because a small number of skin cancers can start looking like an innocent little bump. The most common one I'm thinking about here is a skin cancer called a BCC. So what can you actually do about milia? Well, the honest answer is you don't have to do anything. If you'd rather they weren't there, that's fine. You could start with gentle stuff first. So ease back on some of those heavy, greasy eye creams that you might be using and switch to a lighter moisturizer and gentle, non-foaming cleansers. Sometimes that alone is enough to stop new milia from forming. The next step would be a retinoid, usually adapalene or tretinoin. These speed up how quickly your skin cells turn over on its surface, which helps shift the trapped keratin and stops fresh milia from setting up in the first place. In most countries, one of these is fairly easy to get over the counter. In some cases, it requires prescription. They're not right for everyone, so get advice from your pharmacist or doctor before you start that. And do go gently when you're particularly close to the eyes. A mild exfoliating acid used sparingly can help over time too. And if you simply want them gone, that's the one thing best left to a professional. In a clinic, a tiny nick with a sterile needle and a little pearl of keratin can be pulled out quite cleanly and quickly. It's quick and tidy if it's done properly, and there's a good set of options there for us. Most people never need more than the first one. So the next thing to watch is the one where I walk you through exactly how to tell an innocent lesion from skin cancer. Because when it comes to your skin, knowing what you're looking at is the best protection that you'll have at Exile.
To bolo ničem pod nos. To je lepší podmas. To bolo ničem podmas. Nenájdeme, čo? Nenájdeme. Fuck me.
Aeon 2 is a free-to-play Korean MMORPG developed and published by NCSoft. Hearing that one sentence is enough for a lot of MMORPG players to say, "Fuck this, I'm out." And I completely understand. Pay to win is shit, nobody likes it, it ruins the integrity and fun of every game it existed. And if there's one thing Korean MMO studios have mastered over the years, it's making absolutely gorgeous MMORPGs with incredible combat, beautiful worlds, and a monetization system that slowly drain both your wallet and your will to live. That's just a reputation they built. The sad part is that we helped to build it. Collectively, for years, we've complained about predatory monetization and pay to win. And then a launch day comes around, we buy founder packs, we buy battle passes, we swipe for convenience, we keep playing, and 6 months later another Korean MMO gets announced with even more monetization because, well, why wouldn't it? The previous one made millions. So whether we like it or not, this is the reality modern MMORPGs live in. AAA MMOs are incredibly expensive to build, they're expensive to maintain, and they're expensive to update. And free-to-play games need to make money somehow. But does that justify predatory monetization? Absolutely not. Which brings us back to the question, what does pay to win actually mean? Because if you ask 10 MMO players to define it, you're probably getting 10 different answers. Everyone has their own definition. Mine is actually pretty simple. If you can spend real money to gain progression in any way, shape, or form, it's pay to win. Simple. And by that definition, every major MMORPG today is pay to win. The only difference is that some are just significantly worse than the others. Which is exactly why the question isn't, is Aeon 2 pay to win? The real question is, how much? And that's where things start getting interesting. Because yes, Aeon 2 absolutely has pay to win systems. The optional subscription, technically you don't need it, but good luck without it. Pay $15 a month and suddenly you can use one of the most basic MMORPG features ever created, the marketplace. Because apparently in 2026, buying and selling items is a premium feature. Wait, we're off to a fantastic start. So yes, before we even look at anything else, Aeon 2 is already pay to win by my definition. But how bad does it actually get? And that's where things become a lot more interesting. But before we break down exactly how Aeon 2 monetization works, I want to give a quick shout out to Gear Up a Booster. If you've been playing online games, especially MMOs, you probably know how frustrating bad connections can be. Random lag spikes, unstable ping, routing issues can completely ruin the experience. That's actually why I started using Gear Up Booster, because it is not just a regular VPN, it's a gaming-focused network accelerator with dedicated servers and optimized routing technology designed to reduce ping, fix connection issues, and keep your gameplay more stable. So if you're planning to give Aeon 2 a try before the global release, or you just want a more stable connection in your online games, check out the link in the description. You can download it, create an account, and try it completely free with a 24-hour trial. And if you decide to keep using it, use code FRESHY at checkout to get 10% off any subscription plan. So let's start with the biggest offender, the currency exchange. You buy premium currency with real money. You sell that premium currency to another player for in-game gold. And congratulations, you just skipped a big portion of the grind. In-game gold in Aeon 2 isn't just another currency you occasionally use to repair your gear. Gold is everything. You can buy equipment, you can buy crafting materials, you can buy enhancement materials, you can buy consumables, you can buy items that feed into all the different progression systems the game has. Basically, if you have enough gold, you can dramatically speed up your character's progression. And that's why, in my opinion, the currency exchange is a real source of almost every pay-to-win discussion surrounding Aeon 2. Because the cash shop itself, honestly, it's pretty light. You've got cosmetics, storage upgrades, character slots, various vouchers, quality of life items. Nothing there really shocked me. The problem is giving players a direct path from their credit card to in-game gold. Now, obviously, there are other systems, battle passes, for example, but here's the interesting thing. You don't actually have to spend real money to buy them. You can buy premium currency from other players using in-game gold, which sounds pretty free-to-play friendly until you remember that you still need a subscription if you actually want to use the marketplace. Now, before somebody misunderstands me, I'm not saying Aeon 2 doesn't have pay-to-win. It absolutely does. What I'm saying is that I think people are focusing on the wrong system. If tomorrow NCSoft removes the ability to exchange premium currency for gold, I genuinely think the conversation on Aeon 2 monetization would look completely different, because that's the system connecting almost everything together. The reason why I don't think this is such a big deal is because Aeon 2 has PvE and PvP gear, while being mainly focused on PvE. This, of course, doesn't magically remove pay to win, but it does change how that pay to win affects different types of players. If you're someone who mainly enjoys PvE, running dungeons, doing raids, collecting gear, playing with your guild, then honestly, someone else spending thousands of dollars doesn't affect your experience nearly as much as people make it sound. Could they progress faster than you? Absolutely. Will they probably have better gear sooner? Of course. But most PvE content isn't designed around competing against other players. You're competing against bosses. And as long as you meet the required gear score and understand the mechanics, you'll still be able to clear all the content. Sure, there are PvE leaderboards, but let's be honest for a second, does anybody who's even remotely normal actually care about PvE leaderboards? Half of the time, they're just giant advertisements for whoever spent the most money or played the most hours. Cool, congratulations, you killed the boss 37 seconds faster than everyone else. And here's another thing I actually like. When a new gear tiers are released, you don't have to start completely from scratch. You can transfer your enhancement levels with a 100% success rate to the next tier. That alone removes one of the most frustrating progression systems. So yes, pay to win still exists, but for PvE players, I honestly think it feels more like paying to progress faster than paying to win. PvP, on the other hand, is a completely different story, because that's where the real problems begin. The good news is that PvP gear actually matters a lot. A whale wearing the absolute best PvE gear in the game isn't automatically going to dominate PvP. Someone with properly built PvP gear, even if it's the lower tier, can still beat them because of the PvP specific stats and modifiers. I actually think that's a good design. But then NCSoft immediately shoots themselves in the foot, because the strongest PvP weapon is a crafted PvE weapon. That kind of defeats the whole point. And then it gets even worse. Medals, which are part of progressing your PvP gear, can also be purchased using gold. That's where the line starts getting crossed for me. Because now we're no longer talking about someone progressing through PvE a little faster. Now we are talking about systems that directly influence competitive PvP progression. That's a much bigger issue. Now let me ask you something. Imagine a completely different version of Aeon 2. No premium currency, no way to spend real money whatsoever. Now imagine you're a casual player. You get home from work, you play for 2 hours every evening. You're having fun. Meanwhile, there's another guy. He plays 16 hours a day, every single day. He has 10 alt characters funneling resources into his main. And 3 weeks later, he absolutely destroys you. His gear is miles ahead, his progression is miles ahead. You don't stand a chance. So let me ask you this. Does that suddenly feel fair just because he didn't spend any money? Or does it feel almost exactly the same as getting destroyed by a whale? Because I think that's where MMO discussions sometimes lose all nuance. People often treat every progression gap as if it's the same problem. It isn't. Being outscaled because somebody has infinitely more free time than you doesn't suddenly become fun. And being outscaled because somebody has infinitely more money than you also isn't fun. They're different problems, but both of them can make players feel left behind. The goal shouldn't be eliminating every possible progression gap. That's impossible. The goal should be making sure those gaps don't become so ridiculous. And I think that's exactly where Aeon 2 still has room to improve. Here's how I think this can be fixed. First, remove the ability to use the market from the paid subscription. I know it is to prevent bots from ruining the economy, but why the fuck are these AAA studios in 2026 still so incompetent in developing ways to fight against bots? Fixing this will allow true free-to-play players to gradually progress without literally spending a cent. I know, this is shocking to hear, not being able to generate money. And while we are on the topic of the sub, you didn't even have the decency to include regional prices. Founders packs and subscriptions having one fixed price in every country is the next level of greed. Next, we just gotta get rid of the ability to buy gold with premium currency, and we need to limit what can be sold on the market. Being able to just straight up buy gear is crazy. Limiting some hard to obtain materials needed to craft best gear should only come from drops in raids and dungeons. PvP also needs one simple change, making dedicated PvP gear actually matter. Buff PvP weapons or nerf crafted PvE weapons inside PvP, and stop medals from being tradable. If the best PvP gear is supposed to represent time, effort, and skill, then let players actually earn it. Whales can still progress faster in plenty of other areas, but competitive PvP should be one place where dedication actually matters. When Korean players were asked what they thought about Aeon 2's monetization, the overwhelming response was positive. They liked it. The Korean MMORPG market has had years to normalize monetization systems that Western players have been pushing back against for just as long. Neither side is objectively wrong. They're simply different markets with different expectations. The problem starts when you assume one audience will automatically accept what the other does. Because they won't. Western MMO players don't care whether Korean players think the monetization is perfect. They're going to judge the game based on their own expectations. And if NCSoft still doesn't understand that, after everything that's happened over the last decade, then I honestly don't know what else to say. But when you actually think about it, are players just mad because of the pay to win, or is there something deeper here? Because Aeon 2 is actually a decent AAA quality MMORPG. I'd argue the best MMORPG we had in recent years in terms of graphics, combat, and overall gameplay. So surely pay to win can't be the only thing causing problems for all of these players. And I do believe it's just hate towards NCSoft. The years of betrayal, lies, uncontrollable greed, predatory monetization, and maximum pay to win. The years of ruining reputation, breaking trust from players, and not learning from previous failed projects in the West. Making the same mistakes, creating problems to sell a solution, purposefully designing systems to waste your time and drain your wallet once you reach the free-to-play wall, forcing you to either spend money or quit. In reality, you have World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and Guild Wars, among the few mainstream MMORPGs that have cash shop, battle passes, currency exchange, subscriptions, paid expansions, and a box price on top of all of it. All three are pay to win by definition as well. The difference is those three have established themselves a long time ago as free-to-play friendly games, with a great progression system and a non-grindy daily routines. Naturally, over time, they have added things to keep the revenue flowing, but they have never crossed into the paying for power territory. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have three most recent mainstream MMORPGs, Black Desert Online, Lost Ark, and Throne of Liberty. They have very predatory monetization, heavy pay to win topped off by a crazy RNG systems, and the daily grinds that turn into a second job. These games are still holding decent daily numbers, But I do believe these are all the players who have either spent thousands of hours grinding or thousands of dollars whaling, and they simply cannot justify quitting. Otherwise, all of this was a complete waste of time.
To
But
čo
it
je?
does also help that each game has at least one fun gameplay aspect that keeps the players engaged. So what do I actually think is going to happen? Honestly, I'll be there on day one. I'll buy the subscription, I'll probably put hundreds of hours into the game, and if you're watching this video, there's a pretty good chance you will too. As much as we
Ťažko,
complain about
chlapina,
the
ťažko.
videos, we keep coming back. Because
Ťažko,
the truth
chlapina.
is, we have been starving for a genuinely modern AAA MMORPG for
Ťažko, ak
years.
si myslíš, že
I
ja si spustím
genuinely want
Aeon,
to succeed. I want
kde
Aeon
platíš
to
za
succeed
market,
now.
tak sa vysoko
Because
mýliš.
underneath all the monetization discussions, I actually think Aeon 2 is genuinely a good MMORPG. The combat is fun, the world looks fantastic, the classes feel great. The game has real potential. But if NCSoft thinks the exact same monetization philosophy that works in Korea is automatically going to work in the West, they're making a huge mistake. Because Korea and the West are two completely different MMORPG markets. What players are willing to tolerate is completely different, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with adapting your game for a different audience. So here's my message to NCSoft. You still have time. Listen to the feedback, not because Western players are always right, but because they are the ones you're asking to invest thousands of hours into your game. At least meet them halfway. Start building trust again. Because I honestly don't think pay to win is the biggest threat to Aeon 2. I think your own reputation is. And fixing that starts long before launch.
Ty si zapneš kokotinu, kde ťa nútia platiť za to, aby si používal aukciu. Aby si mohol brať, ty si úplný jebo. V živote by som nezapol niečo, kde musím platiť eurá, aby som mohol používať toto. Ako teraz si predstavme, že by do trónu implementovali, že by do trónu dali po novom 15 € mesačne, aby si mohol používať aukciu. Čo si myslíš, že by sa stalo s trónom? No skončil som. Vypínam, nezapínam nikdy viac. Easy. Normálne odinštalovám rovno. Neviem, čo sa deje, ale strašne málo míňam. Už iba 8 minút do konca a minul som maximálne 10 000. Ani toľko nie, 9 000. 9 000 som minul za 22 minút. To je extrémne zlé. No, v každom prípade dostal som po 40 000, čo je... Čo sa týka pičusov, dám ich dosť. Dal som veľmi dobré číslo, dal som 6 minút do konca, dal som 455. Takže ono... Počty dávam. Ale či míňam menej Abyssal kontaktov ako predtým? Bolí ma hlava. Takže počty dávame. Počty dávame. Koľko máme? 6,51. Prvá polhodinka na ženách je za nami. Aby som mať ešte jednu dneska. Za každých okolností, lebo extrémne počty stále. Koľko som minul? Mne sa dá, že som mal 46 000, že som minul iba 12 000. Ale počty spĺňam. To znamená, musíš míňať menej už ako predtým. Oveľa menej kontaktov míňaš. Lebo počty som dal rovnaké, ale minul som menej. Minul som menej kontaktov. Menej pičných habisov tokenov. O dosť menej, minimálne 3000. Na posledných 20 sekúnd. No nič. 2,5 hodinky za nami. Čo tu pôjdeme? Môžeme ísť na Arma alebo Access. Ideme na Arma. Mám jeden iba, no. Ako sme na tom. To už máme všetko na 65. Mentujeme všetko na 65. Fuck. OK. OK, potrebujeme podmaz nejaký nájsť. Fuck. Máme žiadne podmazy, môže byť zväčšie. 6900. Ako stále odsýpajú, to neviete, ale... Fú, hlava boli. Fuck off, man. Fuck sig mig inte. Bitchen ser på mig eller? Are you kidding me? Oh my fuck. Fuck. Oh, dat is de door. Isto treba encher spojazniť. A to teplo ma dačí, no. Stále moc zľavu. Tá zlá musí končiť už za chvíľu. Moja 6. Som zabudol aj koľko bolo. 250, ne?
This is the bank of hope.
250 bolo, ne?
Wow, I am so surprised by my own ingenuity. Another research milestone achieved. Go me.
I welcome you to visit Calpheon.
If I'm making time for you, that's because I believe I can learn something from you.
Oh my god, man. Ugh.
If I'm making time, hi. Time flies so quickly as always. Just gonna cram all I can into each day.
By som mal ďalšiu polhodinu na žena, ale unavený som. Hlava boli a teplo, ty kokos, sauna. Sauna, to je brutalita. Poznáme žiadny podmas. No. Nie, nič nové. V tom teple sa mi nechce nič točiť už. Nie, ničeho sa mi nechce. Fuck. Fuck me. Už dajú za 15 piči sa zase. Zase. Piči sa. Zase. Piči sa. Oh, fuck yeah. Zrazu je plná rýdna 15. Co nevejte, no. Plajť. Mám ďalší poler na ženách. Goddammit. Ale dobre sa to začne zvoľňovať, pretože nahnetý talon pomaly finišuje, znova ide do úzadia. Zajtra odhadujem, že už sa pustím do rancherov. Dneska už nechcem, lebo už... Čo tu máme? Máme toto, máme jedno jedlo. O 11. aký bol akože? Môžem osať. Piči sa. Chcel by to nejaký podmas, ale... Naráve nájsť podmas.
This is my headhunter that I bought a couple of days ago. I bought it using 3 strategies that I have for you in this video. There are timestamps down at the bottom if you want, so that you can skip around. If you want to have a secret 4th strat at the end as well, so stick around for that. So let's start off with the thing I used as soon as I got into maps. So the first one is Alt and Alters. This is just a pretty simple, Alch and Go strat for red alters. You could take blue if you want. I think red alters are better because you get a lot of bubblegum currency, even though it's not worth as much now. I did a test. All the data I have is from last night. This is, still recent data. At the time, it was worth a bit more because it's still like 2C each, but now you still got like glass blowers, gem cutters, chaos orbs as well. And this is chasing after 5 things, 3 main things and 2 smaller things. So the first one obviously is the red altars. So we're taking all of the, Wrath of the Cosmos, we're taking Word of the Exile, and we're making sure we got Light of Dawn. And then it's Heist. And Heist, now we have this one node here that they included in the new patch. The Dutiful Soldiers, this is when you used to be able to get Huck in your maps. You still get that, but Blueprints found your maps now have 15% chance to have a special implicit. So this is the enchant from Mirage League, and that means you can get a really good enchant where it's only experimented items. So you're going to get, it's much more common to get simplex amulets this way. So these are worth a lot. So we're taking all the heist nodes down here, and up here, and we're taking this one little point here to make sure that we have 100% chance to get a Smuggler's Cache in our maps. Then the next thing we're focusing on is mercenaries, because mercenaries, I don't know what the good mercenaries, I think there's one that's called I Shot is worth a lot. I don't really know, but I know that you can get them with full rucksacks. With this node here, Loot and Pillage. There's also a 10% chance when you defeat them for them to drop all of their items. We're looking for the mercenary. I do it at the end of the map because then I've got some shrine buffs. You look at the mercenary, if they've got something good in their rucksack, you duel them for the rucksack. So we're going to headhunter, then you duel them as well. If it's not, you can just leave them. Or you can duel them as well and try and get their contract. But again, I don't know which ones are good, so I don't know what I was really looking for, so I didn't do that. We're just taking all of the mercenary nodes to get the mercenaries. So we're taking this wheel down here, going up to -5 tons. There's 3 things here. This is annoyingly, this part of the cluster is not in the PV planner. So just remember that you're taking an extra 2 extra nodes here. Then we're taking these infamous chance nodes here as well. That just means that they're maybe going to have a lot of better stuff. That's the mercenaries. And then the last 2 things we're really looking for in this set is shrines for some player power and map sustain nodes. So that you get some, making a really good map pool. So we're just taking the sky, shaking the mountains, shaking the world. If you don't have enough points, I mean, I still haven't finished my Atlas yet because I haven't, like I said, late league start for me. I'm at 131 points. I've still got 7 points left. So let's look at what a map looks like. I'm always using Toxic Sewer over here. This is just an out map. The loot's not going to be crazy because it is just out and go mapping. I've heard that ground loot's in a bit of a difficult spot this league, so I just run through the map and I kill everything. And Toxic Sewer, I think, is probably one of the most monster dense maps in the game as well. This is something that I used to do a lot back in Calandra League, when you could also get 2 blights per map as well. And then I just pick up all the shrines, I pick up all of the smugglers' caches, then I go kill the boss, and then I go and duel the mercenary. So we've got a mercenary here, and then it's a flaming charlatan, and he doesn't have much. He's got some fusings and stuff, and then I go kill the boss. Toxic Sewer, also a very nice map for this, because you can just go around in a circle.
TPSáčky. Hľadaj podnos. Nenže TPSáčky. Pál Exile skončil. Možno by som radšej mal ešte teraz pozrieť.
Čau lidi, tady Pavel. Dneska mám video pro všechny, kteří tápou v kampani, anebo pro ty, kteří hráli PoE 2, chtěli by si vyzkoušet novou ligu v PoE 1 a úplně nevědí, jak začít v kampani, co všechno dělat, jaký questy plnit, co je potřeba, co není potřeba, co vám dá pasivky, co je zbytečný zdržení a tak dále. Existuje skvělý programek lomeno apka, který vás provede kampaní od začátku až do konce. Můžete si dokonce do něj naimportovat nějaký guide, takže vám i poradí, kde brát jaký gem třeba a tak dále. Je to opravdu skvělá toola, která se určitě vyplatí používat, pokud jakoukoliv formou v té kampani se trochu ztrácí, tak opravdu provede vás to bez nějakého backtrackování a složitostí od A do Z, od aktu 1 až po akt 10 zabití kytelu. Pokud se vám tohleto video bude líbit, tak samozřejmě nezapomeňte nahodit like, kdybyste měli jakýkoliv dotaz, tak pak pište do komentářů. Teď si tady ukážeme, co je všechno potřeba, abyste mohli využívat tu toolu, ten programek. Takže jdeme na to. Samozřejmě, než budeme moct začít tuto toolu, která se jmenuje Exile UI používat, tak si budeme muset stáhnout všechno potřebný. Odkazy samozřejmě budou dole v popisku pod videem, ale co na to je teda potřeba? Jedná se o autohotkey script, takže samozřejmě budeme potřebovat autohotkey a pak následně i samotný ten skript pro to AHK. Takže jako první si stáhneme AHK, tady bacha, je tady nová verze 2.0, která je nám k ničemu, protože ten skript používá verzi 1.1, takže stáhneme verzi 1.1, tu nainstalujeme a máme hotovo. Tomu dál není nic potřeba, protože ten skript tam otvírá se na pozadí AHK, takže s tím už vlastně vy nebudete nijak interagovat. Ve chvíli teda máme stáhnuto autohotkey verze 1.1, tak budeme stahovat lalioken lomeno Exile UI. Je to jednoduchý, tady kliknete jenom na download. Tady se vám může teda stát jedna věc, a to, že ta poslední verze, která je 1.63.10, je flagnutá ve Windows jako potenciální škodlivý software, takže buď si stáhnete verzi 1.63.9, ta je úplně bez problémů, pak samozřejmě ji rozbalíte, a nebo si stáhnete teda verzi 1.63, ale to budete muset jít ještě pravděpodobně do Windows zabezpečení a do historie ochrany a tady rozkliknete na tu zablokovanou hrozbu a povolíte si ten download souboru. Pokud chcete mít aktuální verzi, musíte to udělat. Já jsem to zkoušel, testoval, není tam žádný malicious software, není tam nic nebezpečného, jenom to prostě Windows chybně hlásí. Pokud byste měli strach, stahujte 1.63.9, pokud ne, já mám sám 1.63.10, tak pravděpodobně si ji budete muset povolit v tom zabezpečení Windows. Ve chvíli, kdy tady máte stažený AHK 1.1 plus Exile UI, tak to samozřejmě extrahujete. Ve chvíli, kdy to máte hotový, tak tady kliknete na Exile UI, to se spustí. Dole v programech budete mít takový malý Ečko, vidíte, že běží, anebo jak poznáte taky, že běží, že ve hře podržíte Escape a zobrazí se vám tady to ozdobený kolečko. A teď už teda budeme nastavovat samotný programek přímo tady ve hře. Dál už nic jiného není potřeba v tuhle chvíli, takže jdeme na to. Jako první si teda samozřejmě rozklikneme okýnko a co my budeme používat a o čem se teď my budeme hlavně bavit je Act Decoder a Act Tracker. To jsou dvě hlavní věci, které budeme používat. U Act Decoderu si musíme tady stáhnout layouty, ukážeme si, co to znamená za chvíli. Tak, a u Act Trackeru chceme timer, chceme level typy a naloadovat si guidu. Tady musíme zvolit pár důležitých věcí, jelikož teď začínáme novou ligu, tak si tady určitě vložíme League Start a zároveň si tady vložíme, jakýho banditu chceme buď zabít, nebo kterýmu chceme pomoct. Já budu pomáhat Alíře, takže si tady zvolím Alíru, protože vám to samozřejmě bude optimalizovat pátu podle toho, jakýho banditu chcete zabíjet nebo mu pomoct. A zároveň, jelikož potřebuju nějaký gemy, tak si tady dám Gem Quest, protože to nás povede do library. Pak jsou tam ještě další věci, které si ukážeme za chvíli a tohle nám do začátku stačí. A jak si zapneme tu guidu na ty akty, je jednoduchý, zmáčkneme Escape, održíme tady tu knížku a už to tady máme. Takže tady vidíme, co máme teď dělat. Je tam zabít Hiloka a dostat se do Lionize. Takže jdeme zabít Hiloka, dostat se do Lionize a pak si ukážeme další funkce, který vlastně tady ta apka má. Tak, Hilok je mrtvej a teď jdeme teda do Lionize. A teď vlastně tady vidíme nějaký generické věci, jaký quest máme odevzdat a co máme dál dělat. Zároveň teda, když klikneme na tady A1, na ten prostor, tak se nám zapne ten timer a vidíme, jak dlouho nám trvá celý průběh kampaní a tady zároveň, jak dlouho nám trvá akty. To je docela zajímavý to mít, protože tam uvidíte přesně, jak dlouho vám to trvá. Když budete chtít ten timer zapauzovat, kliknete si znova na A1. Co si ukážeme teď, jak do této apky ještě naimportovat guidu pro váš build, aby vám ukazovala, jaký gemy nakupovat a jaký quest odměny brát. To si myslím, že je další super podstatná a hlavně extrémně užitečná součást toho Exile UI, protože pokud budete chtít si tohleto ještě někam posunout, tak můžete, když kliknete tady na tu bílou tečku, tak to pak můžete posouvat libovolně, jak se vám zachce. Já to chci mít tady, takže to nechám tady. Takže teď se jdeme teda podívat, jak do toho naimportovat nějaký build. Věc, kterou musíme jako první udělat, je, že si tady napíšeme charakter info, protože to bude dál fungovat jako level kalkulace a tak dále. Takže samozřejmě napíšeme tam jméno toho charakteru, což je teda pro mě Exile UI Guide. Tak, uložím to a máme hotovo. Když tady klikneme, tak uvidíme, že máme správně. No a ta nejdůležitější věc je teda import buildů. A to máme ze dvou věcí. Buď přímo z POBčka, anebo z pobin odkazu. Podíváme se na obě dvě ty věci. Pokud následujete nějakou guidu, tak 90% lidí dává odkazy na pobin. Pokud ne, tak dávají minimálně export kód do Out of Exile, takže si ukážeme, jak za pomocí obou dvou těch možností vlastně dostat tu guidu i do toho Exile UI. Co se týče pobinu, je to jednoduchý, tady jenom skopírujete ten odkaz, jdeme do hry, otevřeme si zase tohleto a dáme jenom import. To je celý. Ono si to veme přímo ten odkaz toho webu, co jste skopírovali a dál sem. Teď už jak vidíte, jak se tady zmínila věc a to, že tady nám to i říká, jaký skill si máme vzít od toho Charlieho za ten quest. Takže půjdeme, ale vidíme, že si máme vzít Kinetic Bolt. Ten jsme si vzali a teď bychom mohli pokračovat tedy dál v těch questech Near Coast. Pokud nemáte ten pobuilding, protože například máte svůj vlastní build, který jste si vytvořili v Path of Building, anebo například máte jenom ten export kód z POB, tak to jde taky udělat. Ve chvíli, kdy máte ten export kód, tak samozřejmě už nemusíte dělat nic, jenom si ho skopírujete. Pokud ale jste v POBčku a chcete ten kód, tak tady půjdete do Import Export, dáte Generate, tady copy, vygeneruje vám to ten kód, skopírujete ho, půjdete zase do Exile UI a tady dáte jenom Import. Hotovo, funguje to oboje stejně, naimportuje se vám tam ten build a je hotovo. A teď budeme pokračovat dál a ukážeme si nějaký další featurey. Další feature, o který jsme se bavili, je ten Act Decoder. Act Decoder funguje tak, že když podržíte tab od druhé zóny, tak se vám tady vždycky zobrazí nějaký layout. Vy podle toho, jak vypadá ta mapa a podle toho, jak jste schopný se zorientovat, můžete říct, OK, vypadá to spíš jako tohleto, kliknete na tohleto a zobrazí vám to, jak z velké části bude pravděpodobně vypadat ta zóna a kam se jako musíte dostat. Vždycky tohleto fialový kolečko bez ničeho je starting point a pak tu máme klasický waypoint, kam vede questy, kde byste měli jít do další zóny. Funguje to tak u všech oblastí, ale samozřejmě s tím, že tam třeba na výběr budete mít už ze 3 tady layoutů, že tohle je dobrý, pokud se vůbec jako neorientujete v těch zónách, ale samozřejmě je to věc navíc, kterou třeba používat nemusíte. Ale jenom to chci zmínit, že to může taky pomoct, když se vůbec neorientujete v těch zónách. Tady vidíte, potom co jsme zabili Hellrayka, tak to ukazuje, že se máme relognout, protože to je nejrychlejší způsob, jak se dostat do města a jak dál pokračovat. Tak teď jsme se relogli, vidíme, že tady máme další questy, co jsme splnili, máme tady Hellrayka, máme tady Breaking Some Eggs, vidíme, co si máme vzít za odměny, ale je tady novinka a to Buy Gems Hold Omnikey. Omnikey je v defaultu, když se podíváme tady na hotkey z kapsok, já bych to tak jako nechal a jak to tady funguje, když tady přijdeme k Nese a chceme si nakoupit itemy a máme tam Hold Omnikey, tak ve chvíli, kdy vlastně zmáčkneme to Omnikey, což je caps lock, tak nám to vlastně postne do toho vyhledávacího okýnka všechny ty gemy, které máme nakoupit, my si jednoduše nakoupíme a máme hotovo. Samozřejmě ukazuje vám to všechny gemy v guide, takže některé gemy, které máte, ať jsou to supporty nebo skill gemy, budete používat až třeba později, takže podle toho samozřejmě, kolik máte karence na začátku kampaně a kolik si můžete dovolit těch gemů koupit, tak kupujte to, co máte jako prioritu nejdřív, když nebudete mít na nějaký support, který budete používat až na levelu 50, tak na ten se v tu chvíli vyprdněte, kupte si to potřebujete a pak si dokoupíte pěkně to, co budete používat později. Občas se stane bug, že když podržíte ten Omnikey, což pro mě je tady caps lock, že to neskopíruje rovnou do toho okýnka, ale vlastně schová se vám to jako do schránky, tak pak musíte dát Ctrl+V, protože ono to je vlastně uložený, že vidíte, dám Ctrl+V a skopíruje se to tam, takže občas musíte použít Ctrl+V, pokud se vám neskopíruje přímo ten text do toho vyhledávacího pole. Takže tohle to jenom zmíním, kdyby se vám to náhodou stalo, že by ten caps lock nefungoval na 100%, že se to tam napíše, tak se to vždycky minimálně skopíruje do schránky a Ctrl+V to tam vložíte. Tady si teda ještě v rychlosti ukážeme, že tady normálně pokračování kampaně jako hlavní by bylo, že pokračujeme v zónách dál a dál, ale jsou tady samozřejmě i vedlejší úkoly, které dávají pasivní skill pointy, jako tady například ty Flooded Depths, takže tady nám to píše, že nejdřív jděte do Flooded Depths, takže půjdeme do těch Flooded Depths a potom, co samozřejmě uděláme ty Flooded Depths, tak nás to bude dál posílat v té kampani tak, jak je potřeba. Kde vidíme, jsou tu Flooded Depths, do nich vlezem a hned to pozná, že jsme tam vlezli a i vám to vlastně píše, že zabijte Dwellera, je to esence, start a Dweller jsou většinou v protějších rozích a pak použijte loď, abyste se dostali do Submerged Passage. Tady samozřejmě zase, když si uděláte tab, tak tady vidíte zhruba, jak vypadá ten layout té zóny, tím, že samozřejmě tady to ukazuje, jak se to může otáčet, že ta zóna může být taky jako vzhůru nohama, ale že ten layout bývá vždycky stejný, jenomže může být otočená ta zóna o nějaký stupeň. Vždycky musíte najít, kde se to nachází. Poznáte to podle toho, že tady samozřejmě vidíte na minimapě pak tu esenci. Zabijeme toho Dwellera, pak se nám tady ukáže loďka do Submerged Passage. A loď je novinka, která byla přidaná relativně nedávno, takže už nemusíme složitě backtrackovat. V chvíli, kdy zabijete toho dwellera, tak už pak pokračujete zase přes leč a furt vám to ukazuje, kudy máte jít a zase můžete se podívat, kde je bezpečnější klif, bezpečnější wall, složitější víc monster a tak dále. A takhle vlastně pokračujete celou tu kampaň až do aktu 10. Takže ta guida vám na začátku ligy teda ukazuje všechny důležitý questy na passive pointy, samozřejmě vás provází hlavní dějovou linií kampaně, říká vám, co máte brát jako odměny za všechny questy, pokud máte importovanou guidu a v zónách, kde je to potřeba, vám to ukazuje, kde plnit triály, protože ty jsou samozřejmě v PoE 1 potřeba k tomu, abyste mohli získat ascendenci. Myslím si, že jsem k Exile UI zmínil všechno důležité, co je potřeba. Kdybyste měli samozřejmě jakékoliv dotazy, tak pište do komentářů pod videem, nebo doražte na stream, ať už tady na YouTube, nebo na Twitchi, či na Kiku. Samozřejmě vám všem přeju ten nejlepší začátek nové PoE 1 ligy, ať už s Exile UI nebo bez něj. Pokud se vám dnešní video líbilo, tak samozřejmě budu hrozně rád za vaše odběry, taby. A tohle to je tady už opravdu všechno. Já se s váma loučím. Sayonara.
To nebol dobrý podmas, čo? Takže kedy máš ďalších bossov? Útorok, streda, štvrtok, piatok, sobota. Sobotu. 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 Ďalší bossovia sú sobotu. OK. V sobotu a v nedelu má... V nedelu má Dudy. A Dudy má zajtra a potom v nedelu. No. Znamená... Samozrejme znamená to sáčka ako inak. No a dostanem sa na 20 000. Takže aj keby som nerobil žiadne ženy už do štvrtku, ani zajtra, ani stredu, stále som OK. Teraz to bolo oveľa horšie, lebo znova našiel nový Battle Pass. To mi dalo okolo 5000 bodov. Bez toho by som bol už teraz 5000 plus ešte tam došlo, som ešte odkúpil, ďalšie 2 dungeony boli, čo ďalších 5600. Takže 9000 som získal, plus minus navrch. Aj to je brutálne číslo. 9000 získať navrch. Chcel by to nejaký podmaz, ne?
Napriek tomu, že majstrovské Mjölby je aktuálne v najvyššej švédskej súťaži až 11. veľa si nič nepodceňujú.
You have to be aware, they full focus, they want to do again a miracle. But for us, it's just simple, right? Doesn't matter the opponent we face, we have to show them respect. And I think Jalby, where they are now, they deserve it, right? Because they have something. I think physical, technical, and whatever, but I believe we have to respect them. And tomorrow we're going to try to do our games, right? Make sure we get the win tomorrow. We know it's going to be easy. No game is easy at all. And Jalby, for me, they have something different and other teams don't have it. But we want to try to make sure we shut them down and win the games. That's what we want.
This is top team for the Swedish competition because it's the champion. So we're expecting tough challenge, and but we came here with our plan, with our games. So we know how to deal with it, I think.
Tréner Yaya Touré sa vyjadril aj na adresu najnovšej posily Sulejmana Kamaru, ako aj k Tigranovi Barsegianovi.
Kamara is available to play tomorrow. He's been prepared very well with Racing. We have all these details about his preparation. He's been playing 2 games 90 and 1 game 75 2 days ago. And we've been talking with him, with the board for more than 10 days. And we know his stats and historic and physical aspects. And I think tomorrow, if he has to play, he will play, for sure. And concerning Tigran, he's going back slowly. You know, the process is going well. As he's a top professional, he wants to travel with his teammates and give them the support they need. And that's why he's here today.
Štadión Strandvallen má na európske zápasy zníženú kapacitu približne o polovicu, keďže miesta na státe nie sú povolené. Zajtra bude vypredané, čo v praxi znamená 3500 fanúšikov, z toho 58 našich.
Yeah, it looks quite interesting for me, but actually it doesn't matter on which stadium we're gonna play. We have our goals, and we just have to get why we came here.
Bitches odišiel. Neodišiel, stále to ten chuj. God damn it. Ja neviem, či to sú boti, oni vždy stoja na tom istom mieste. Vždy sa tam serú na tom istom mieste. Čo je to za sračku? Stoja tam na jednom mieste ako pičesovia, chore. Dobre, no skoro 20 000. Takže ako som povedal, sme v suchu. $8 000 nám dá žena. A zvyšok už nejako extra z toho nebudeme. Ešte máme, bohužiaľ máme ešte na škodu veci. Mystické sákory, tam je dosť. Ale aj keby sme získali, aj so ženou máme 30 000 plus minus, 31, 32, čo je. Začínali sme 46 000, dneska 23 000 spadlo, čo je kľúč. Zase je to sračka chora podrbaná, čo spôsobuje, že utracujeme menej, lebo zase tam stojí jak bot. Ja neviem, či to sú naskriptované programy. Vždy stoja na tom mieste, jak jebovia. Nerozumiem tomu. Aj na nich. Aj na neho. Aj na neho. Jak jebo. A to ide mimo mňa. Som zvedavý, keď vyjde Aeon, spíčený, koľko ľudí ostane na hnitom tróne. Podľa mňa pík bude maximálne 5000, maximálne. Podľa mňa minimálne 2-3 tisíc ľudí padne. Píči, že nechcú ho zrušiť trón, lebo im stále zarába. To je ten problém. Stále zarába. To je ten problém. Gosh. Gosh. Ale dali sme to na... Oj, máme 23 000. Mali sme 46 000, takže... To nevyhnutné sme vylizali. Tak uvidíme. A musí to expedícia dať iba jednu. Tam je rozdielný čas, keď bude. Pozrieme sa na Exile ešte. A púšťame druhú časť segmentu. Stačilo. Stačilo. Zás dáte za 14, keď som nedávno kúpil za 15 vyjebovia. Jebovia. A odkúpim. Za 15 a piči sa oni ho zrazia naspäť na 12, na 10. Ale tak to už je jedno, aj tak neodsýpam už to. Čo to je? A tak už neodsýpam Power Exile. Chceš dať jednu mapu na začiatok. Respektíve na začiatok. Dáme si jednu mapu, ešte na začiatok. Ja keby som to plánoval točiť, neviem ako dlho. Dáme si jednu mapu. Trošku sa prejdeme.
Act with energy. Act with energy.
This should be quick.
Oh.
You there? A moment of your time.
Uvidíme, či ostaneme pri lodiach a ďalšiu ligu, alebo...
The atlas is mine.
Ale pôjdeme niečo iné. Jediné, čo prichádza do úvahy, čo ma ešte celkom zaujíma, celkom inšpiruje, ten bridge. Ten bridge je zaujímavý. Tam si solidne craftuješ tiež veci. Tam sa tiež dá teoreticky vykraftovať čo to. A môže tam padnúť tiež jedna unikátne veci, môže padnúť solidné, ale nikdy nepadli. Ale píče sa ja vytiahli Mage Blood, kokoti.
I must have time to gather my will.
Ja tu ťahám Maginordy. Bola nejaká óra tam? Si nespomínam.
Greetings.
Ja síce Verizion sme točili, jasno.
Journey well.
Verizion sme točili. Verizion sme točili. To sa zdávate za našte názvy pičesovia. Keď som ho kúpil za 15.
Who's there? Local?
Ja som neposlal sem tie one. Dobre, to je koľko? To je tých 12 000. Potom máme 20 000. To je 4 000. Máme klasických 20 000 spánky, no. Dáme to dokopy s 85 000. A teda 86. 86 500.
We're not bloody paying you to laze about. They're on their way.
Dobre. Už máme dve lode. Dáme ešte, a sa potopíme. Aby sa nepovedal, že som pičus. Klasický reč.
This should be fun.
Sme tam, ne?
Deep breaths.
Tam ideme. Dobre.
atmosphere. Welcome back.
Nič nedokážeme z týchto podvodných aktivít vysoliť. O 72 chodte tvoriť.
In you go.
Viem, že je to chúra podvodná aktivita, ale... Hore to ide predsa. Oh my god, man. Good gold piles. Už nikde nič, ne? Nič, no whatever.
Time's running out. Welcome back.
Ako ide to pomaly. Pomaly sa to zatvára. It's like... Pomaly sa to ústuje. Champion s Exile. To bude petelica. To je petelica. To je petelica.
This should be fun. Here we go.
Good haul. Say it plain. Today's a good day.
Today is a fucker day. Don't talk horse shit, girl. It's nowhere near good.
Come on then.
It's horse dog. Danas se nazvao jednu mapu. Jesi se načuo? Dáme si jednu mapu, boli. Additional produce. We don't like additional produce. That's too nasty. Like additional produce? Holy fucker. That's ugly.
Gee.
Like imagine additional produce.
Another nice day.
I must have time to well,
Another nice day, eh?
The atlas is mine.
I killed for less.
Nebudete, ale to je úplne mázané.
Greetings.
Úplne mázané dropy. Šíbalstvo.
Farewell.
Dobre.
Who's that? Local?
Dobre. Takže vypíname, ideme na druhú časť nočného segmentu prezývaného čas.